My beloved child, stop everything. Yes, stop right now. Do not scroll past this moment, because this is not a coincidence. You did not just stumble onto this video by accident. This is a divine intersection. I need to speak to you immediately. Not later, not when you have more time, not when the noise fades, but right now, in this exact second. Heaven is leaning close to you. Your spirit is on the edge of an awakening, and I have something to release into your life that simply cannot wait. Your next chapter, your next breakthrough, and your next specific instruction hinge on this very word. This is not just another video to fill your time. This is your visitation. I am speaking directly to you. I am speaking prophetically to you. I am speaking personally to you. I am not here to impress you. I am here to ignite you. Do not let this moment pass you by. Do not let the distractions of the day steal this word from your heart. Every single second matters right now. There is revelation in the middle of this message, there is deliverance near the end, and there is a divine charge waiting to land in your spirit. So, I need you to stop. Not just with your hands or your schedule, but stop with your soul. I am asking for the deepest kind of stillness, the kind of stillness that unnerves your flesh but awakens your spirit. I must speak to you now, not tomorrow, not when you feel more spiritual, not when life settles down, but now. The urgency you hear in my voice is not born of panic. I am never shaken by time, and I am never driven by chaos. I am the author of peace, and yet I speak to you with a tone of holy immediacy because something eternal is unfolding in the atmosphere around your life right now. Your heart is finally quiet enough to hear the whisper I have been carrying for you. You are not drawn to this moment by curiosity. This is divine orchestration. My spirit has hovered over your day, disrupted your distractions, and interrupted your rhythm just so this moment could be carved out from the noise and set apart as sacred ground. I have not come to give you just another comforting word. I have not come to repeat what you already know. I have come to pierce through the hard crust that grief and weariness have wrapped around your inner ear. I must get through to you. I must speak now, because what I have to say will redirect your path in ways that human logic cannot map out. This is not correction. This is commissioning. This is not just a word. It is an impartation. It is a spiritual infusion designed to awaken the parts of you that have been waiting in the shadows of silence. Heaven is leaning in with urgency and purpose. And you, my child, are at the center of what I am about to release. You see, beloved, there are moments in your life where my voice doesn't just encourage, it reconfigures. This is one of those moments. You have been asking me to show you what to do. You have been saying, Lord, just show me the way. And I have watched you scan the horizon for signs, for signals, for something external to give you the confidence to take your next step. But I didn't send thunder. I didn't split the skies. I have waited for this quiet room. This exact second, when your soul would be open enough to receive my tone without distortion. This urgency is not about what is crumbling in your life. It is about what is being constructed. I am not showing you what is ending. I am unveiling what is beginning, and it is bigger than you think. Child, you thought I would come to fix what broke, but I came to build what has never been seen. What I whisper into your spirit in this moment will set off a chain reaction in the heavens. The alignment has already begun. The angels are already positioned. The scrolls are already open. You don't see it yet, but I do. That is why I must speak. I must awaken what your battles tried to bury. The urgency in my voice is the sound of your assignment coming into view. I need you present, not distracted, not analyzing. I need you present. Because what you do with this moment will echo in places your feet haven't even touched yet. I am not leaning toward you with a threat. I am leaning in with fire. The fire of purpose, the fire of destiny, the fire that says I am not done with you yet. Stop right where you are. This word is not a suggestion, it is a summons. I must speak to you immediately. My precious child, you must understand this. This is not a coincidence. This moment you are in, this message you are hearing, this breath you are breathing, is the crescendo of countless divine alignments. You didn't click your way into destiny. You were carried here by my orchestration, gently, fiercely, and intentionally. I didn't wait for you to figure it all out. I pulled the thread of your spirit through sleepless nights, through lonely prayers, through broken hallelujahs, and into this precise second where the atmosphere around you is now dripping with revelation. You did not stumble into my presence. You were summoned. Summoned like Moses to the burning bush. Summoned like Esther to the king's court. Summoned like Samuel in the quiet night. The world called it a coincidence, but heaven calls it convergence. This is the second your soul has been unknowingly trained to carry. Your resistance didn't disqualify you. Your questions didn't dissuade me. I knew you would reach this moment breathless but ready. I watched you bleed in silence and still press forward with trembling faith. You thought you were surviving, but I was shaping you. I was sculpting you. I was sanctifying every step that seemed random, every delay that seemed cruel, every shut door that made you wonder if I had abandoned you. It all built the soil of this holy second. This isn't just a word. This is a war cry. This is not casual comfort. This is covenant confirmation. That weight in your chest right now, that is your spirit recognizing the sound of my footsteps. I am here, and I am not whispering to your surface. I am summoning your spirit. I have hidden this moment in plain sight until now, because what I am releasing into your life in this hour could not be handled prematurely. I know how others have tried to speak into you. I know how you have listened to diluted voices with good intentions but no authority. But this is different. This is me, your Father, your Creator, the one who wrote your name in fire before your bones were formed. I summoned you not because you felt ready, but because I declared you prepared. There is a difference. Readiness is how you feel. Preparedness is what I declare. And I declare you prepared, child. Prepared for clarity, prepared for change, prepared for release. This moment is not a pause in the journey. It is the turning point. This is not the middle of your story. It is the hinge, the axis, the holy intersection where what was begins to unravel and what is next starts to breathe. There is glory at your doorstep. There are instructions hovering above your head like manna, waiting for your spirit to receive. What you have called confusion is about to turn into clarity. What you thought were dead ends will be revealed as divine delays. You asked me to speak, and now I am speaking. But this is more than a response to your prayer. This is the result of my plan. The alignment is too exact to be accidental. Your heart is trembling because it knows heaven is in the room. Destiny is drawing near. Do not let the simplicity of this moment deceive you. Do not wait for lightning and miss the light. The fire is in the stillness. The instruction is in the intimacy. What I am saying to you right now is not just going to encourage you, it is going to elevate you. I am pulling you into a realm of revelation where what once took years will now unfold in moments, where what once drained your strength will now reveal your anointing. You have outgrown the last season without even knowing it. That discomfort you felt, that holy discontent, that was me enlarging your capacity, stretching your discernment, and tearing down false ceilings. You are not standing still. You are standing on the edge of something sacred. And this next step cannot be led by logic. It must be led by trust. I summoned you here because your spirit is ready for more than your mind can comprehend. So let the noise fall away. Let the fear dissolve. Let the grief be lifted, because the ground you are standing on is not ordinary. It is an altar. The minute you recognize this moment as divine is the minute everything begins to move. I have not called you to merely survive. I have called you to respond, and this is your moment to say yes. Say yes, beloved, because I summoned you here for more than a message. I summoned you for a movement. My beloved, my heart has ached watching you hold yourself together when everything inside felt undone. You have been strong longer than anyone knows. You have given and poured and encouraged others while wondering silently if anyone would ever do the same for you. You have walked into rooms full of people, yet felt completely unseen. I have seen the way you carry burdens that were never meant to be yours alone. I have watched you put on smiles that covered aching silence. I have heard the prayers you didn't even speak out loud. Just the sighs, just the tears, just the breathless groans that rose like incense from the hollow of your soul. I want you to know this. I was there for every single one. Every whisper that hit your ceiling, I caught it. Every prayer that felt like it dissolved in the air, I recorded it. I sat in the silence with you. I have wrapped myself around you when no one else could see you breaking. I have cradled you in the middle of the nights when all you had was exhaustion and questions. And child, hear me now. I can no longer remain silent. The ache has reached the threshold. The timing has reached the tipping point. I will not let you sit in the shadows one moment longer. I am now standing up on your behalf. I am breaking my silence because it is time for the suffering to bow to the sound of your breakthrough. There comes a moment when the whisper becomes a roar. And this is that moment. You didn't ask for accolades. You didn't demand answers. You just kept showing up faithful even when frustrated. You kept believing even when your belief felt fragile. And because of that, I am tearing the veil between what you feel and what I have been forming. I can no longer remain silent, because what I have been building for you in secret is now ready for release. What the enemy tried to convince you was abandonment, was actually alignment. I have been setting the stage, arranging the divine scene of your restoration. I have been removing the wrong voices, dismantling the old cycles, and recalibrating the weight of your anointing to carry a mantle that few could bear. And now I must speak because your time has come. I must speak because your endurance demands fulfillment. I must speak because the pain has accomplished its purpose, and now the pressure will give way to promise. You are not being overlooked, you are being revealed. What I am about to do in your life will not be a trickle. It will be a torrential unveiling, a waterfall of vindication, a loud, undeniable, irreversible yes from heaven that will shut the mouths of every doubt and dismantle the echo of every lie that tried to anchor itself to your soul. You have waited well. You have cried purely, and now I, your God, speak with fire. It is time, my child. I do not speak just to soothe your heart. I speak to shift your season. When I break my silence, I do not come empty-handed. I come with recompense. I come with restoration. I come with results. I come with the reversal of what tried to defeat you. And I want you to understand this deeply. Nothing you endured went unnoticed. Every night you cried in secret was counted as sacred. Every time you chose grace over retaliation, I called it righteousness. Every time you held back your despair to pour love into someone else's emptiness, I called it worship. You were never invisible to me. You are engraved in the palm of my hand, and now heaven's silence ends. I am speaking loudly, powerfully, and personally. This word is not for your neighbor. It is not for the crowd. It is for you. You, the one who wondered if I was still listening. You, the one who thought I passed you by. You, the one who kept walking even when no applause followed. This is the moment where my silence breaks and your story turns. You are not forgotten. You are first in line for what is about to break open. And child, it begins right now. My precious one, not everything to be revealed in the beginning. There are truths too weighty for an untested heart, too sacred for an unprepared soul. I have held some revelations back, not to punish you, but to preserve you. Like a sculptor who hides the final shape beneath a block of stone, I have been carving you slowly, steadily, purposefully. And now, my child, the hour has arrived. The veil is lifting. The scroll is opening. And the truths I have hidden in the folds of eternity are ready to be revealed to you. You have prayed for clarity, cried out for answers, begged me to explain the ache. But clarity without strength would have crushed you, and answers without maturity would have only created confusion. So I waited, not out of distance, but out of divine timing. I watched you grow in the dark. I watched your roots go deeper when the surface looked barren. I watched your heart get stronger, not louder, not prouder, but stronger. Silently fortified through pain, worship, and quiet surrender. And now that strength has summoned the scrolls. Now your soul is able to hold what once would have made you question everything. What I am about to tell you, my child, will not only heal your past, it will unlock your future. There is a truth, a deep truth, that I engraved into your journey long before you were aware of it. You have walked through storms thinking they were punishments, but they were actually preparations. You have endured heartbreak thinking it was abandonment, but it was divine redirection. And while the world offered platitudes and people gave opinions, I was holding the blueprint, the full map, the intricate design of every detour. What you thought were delays were really divine deposits. You felt buried, but you were planted. Hidden, but not forgotten. Isolated, but not abandoned. And now I say to you, the hour is here. I am unfolding what was sealed. I am opening what was stored. And I am doing it because your spirit has been tempered by tears. Your motives have been purified by pressure. And your hands, oh, your hands, are finally empty enough to receive. You had to let go of what you thought you needed so I could give you what you were born for. This moment is not a coincidence. It is the intersection of your hunger and my holiness. I am not feeding your ego. I am fulfilling your essence. And what I reveal in this hour will not only make sense of the journey, it will ignite the next chapter of your calling. And child, listen to me clearly. I am not giving you scraps. I am not offering vague encouragements or symbolic hints. I am speaking in thunder and tenderness, in fire and stillness, because what I am revealing now will reorder the architecture of your understanding. You have looked at closed doors and called them missed opportunities. But I say to you, they were mercy. You have mourned people who walked away, but I say to you, they were pruning. You have questioned whether your prayers hit the ceiling. But I say to you, they were stored in golden bowls before my throne. Nothing was wasted. Not your waiting, not your wondering, not your weeping. And now, with every fiber of your being alert, I am pouring revelation like rain into the dry places. This isn't just a moment of comfort. It is a movement of commissioning. What I whisper to you now will ripple into realms you haven't stepped into yet. Stay close, stay soft, stay surrendered, because this hour was marked by my finger before time began. And now that you are ready, I can finally show you what your heart has always known deep down. That you were never walking toward me. I was always walking with you. That trembling in your chest right now, the subtle shaking in your spirit, the almost unbearable awareness rising in your heart, it isn't fear. It isn't nervousness. It isn't confusion. It is recognition. Your soul remembers me. Long before your mind could name it, your spirit knew the sound of my presence. And right now, my child, your whole being is resonating with the reality of what is happening. I am here. Not symbolically, not theoretically. Type yes. If you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. Literally. I have stepped into your space with fullness and fire, and your soul is responding. What you are feeling is not just emotion. It is a holy collision. The weight you feel pressing on your atmosphere is the glory of my nearness, the gravity of my intention. I am not brushing past you. I am enveloping you. I have stepped into your breath, your thoughts, your room. The very oxygen around you has shifted because I have come not just to speak, but to saturate. And your spirit knows. It knows this is not ordinary. It knows this is sacred. That is why you are trembling. It is your soul recognizing that heaven just made contact with earth. This is what happens when the divine touches the desperate. When eternity breaks into time with purpose too heavy to be explained, but too holy to be denied. You have longed for this encounter, though you didn't always know how to articulate it. You asked me to come near, and now that I am here, your body can barely contain the weight of my presence. But don't fear the trembling. Embrace it. It is proof that your spirit is still alive, still sensitive, still tethered to me, despite everything you have endured. Many walk numb through holy moments, but not you. You are still tender. You are still open. You are still able to sense the shift. That alone is a miracle. And it is why I have chosen to reveal myself now, not with noise, but with nearness. I am not coming in a whirlwind today. I am coming in the whisper that shakes mountains, because I don't need volume to validate my voice. I just need space. And child, you have made space. In your pain, in your waiting, in your surrender, you made space. And now the sacred is seeping in. It is touching everything. Your fear, your fatigue, your questions, your identity. Nothing is untouched by my glory. I want you to sit with this, my beloved. Let the trembling become trust. Let the weight become worship. Let the nearness become nourishment. You don't have to run from this moment. I know it feels unfamiliar, even overwhelming, but you are not standing in judgment. You are standing in presence. There is no condemnation here, only confirmation. I am not here to point out your flaws. I am here to remind you of your formation. I made you. I chose you. I anointed you. And even though life has tried to mute that truth, This encounter is me reigniting what you thought had faded. Don't shrink back from the shaking. Lean into it. This is not a breakdown, it is a breakthrough. It is the evidence that something in you is being unlocked, unbound, unleashed. And once it begins, it cannot be reversed. You are stepping into the holy now. Not the someday, not the almost, but the now. And the trembling you feel is the sound of chains falling off. It is the ache turning into alignment. It is the child in you recognizing the Father in me. This moment is holy, and I am in it. My child, listen to me with everything in you. What you called a delay, I called a defense. What you labeled as a setback, I named a shelter. You walked through seasons where nothing moved, where prayer seemed paused and progress felt strangled. You interpreted my silence and distance, my restraint, as disinterest. But I was not punishing you. I was protecting you. You cried for open doors, but I saw what was behind them. You begged for opportunities, but I knew which ones came poisoned with compromise. I heard your tears at midnight, your ache to move forward, your exhaustion from waiting, but I also saw the unseen, and I shielded you from it. What others would have celebrated, I intercepted, because not everything that glitters is grace. My beloved, you weren't forgotten. You were fenced in by love. What I withheld wasn't rejection. It was refinement. I refused to let what I have planted in you be trampled by people who couldn't discern your value. The delay you resented was the divine detour I built with my own hands to keep your anointing from being mishandled. There are things I have hidden from you on purpose, not to keep you in the dark, but to preserve your light. Had I answered too soon, you would have walked into traps disguised as triumphs. You would have been embraced by arms that carried hidden daggers. You would have shared dreams with those who only came to dissect them. So I stood between you and the very thing you thought you needed. Not to detain you, but to train you. To teach you the difference between my timing and your plans. To purge your dependence on outcomes and tether your faith to me alone. My child, you don't know what I kept you from. You don't see the ambushes I dismantled before they touched you. You don't see the envy I rerouted, the betrayals I blocked, the premature platforms I destroyed so you wouldn't stand on unstable ground. There were people who looked like they were ahead of you, but they were running into walls I didn't want you to crash into. There were rooms you begged to enter that would have drained the oil I have been storing in your spirit. And so yes, I made you wait, but not as punishment, but as preservation. I delayed the elevation because I didn't want the wrong hands lifting you. I delayed the unveiling because I wanted the unveiling to be undeniable, marked with purity, covered in peace, and sealed with my fingerprints. You need to know this, my beloved. I am not interested in rushed blessings. I am not orchestrating a fast-forward fantasy that ends in disaster. I am constructing something that carries legacy, something that cannot be corrupted by man's ego or diluted by external applause. What I am giving you is not trendy. It is timeless. It is not performative. It is prophetic. That is why the delay was necessary. I was refining your roots, solidifying your foundations, burning away the impatience that would have caused you to settle. You were never waiting in vain. You were waiting in divine orbit, circling the exact moment that heaven would break open over your head. And that moment is near. You can feel it now, can't you? A shift in your chest, that awareness that something is moving in the unseen. It is me. I am not only breaking the silence, I am reversing what seems stagnant. The very ground that felt frozen is now trembling with resurrection. I am not just releasing what you asked for. I am restoring what you didn't know was stolen in the delay. I am not late. I am layered. I don't deliver partial miracles. I release whole manifestations crafted in wisdom, sealed in fire, and wrapped in my glory. You thought you were behind, but now you see what you called delay was actually divine defense. Oh, my beloved, how I wish you could see what I see. You have walked through fires and called them failures. You felt the crushing weight of responsibility and wondered if you were cursed. You have endured sleepless nights, silent tears, and seasons of such intensity that your soul almost cracked under the weight. But hear me, child. None of it was punishment. It was the preparation of a promise too weighty for shallow roots. You have been forged, not forgotten. I didn't abandon you in the furnace. I stood inside it with you. I didn't watch you collapse. I held you when no one else noticed you were unraveling. The pressure you have been feeling wasn't random. It was precise. It was surgical. It was sovereign. Every ounce of pressure was purposefully applied to press out what couldn't go with you into the next season. I was squeezing out the fear, the approval addiction, the misplaced identity, the inner lies that said you were too late, too much, or not enough. That pressure didn't come to destroy you. It came to define you. It came to shape you into someone who doesn't just carry a calling, but carries character. You see, gold isn't forged in quiet rooms. Diamonds don't form in soft soil. Oil isn't released without crushing. And you, my precious one, are more valuable than all three. I let the pressure increase, not because I was angry with you, but because I trusted you. Yes, you heard that right. I trusted you. I trusted your heart to stay tender, even when your strength felt gone. I trusted your spirit to keep reaching when your flesh was exhausted. I trusted that you would hold on to me even when the silence screamed louder than the promises. And you did. You stayed. You wept, but you worshipped. You questioned, but you didn't quit. You trembled, but you trusted. And now, because of that, the pressure has produced something precious. A depth that cannot be faked, a strength that cannot be stolen. A faith that isn't propped up by feelings, but anchored in fire-tested intimacy. I know the world didn't see it. I know you thought no one noticed, but heaven noticed. I noticed. And not one tear, not one sigh, not one gasp of hope in the dark went unnoticed by me. You have been seen, you have been forged. And now, beloved, you are about to be revealed. And let me say this clearly. I do not waste pressure. I never allow it without purpose. What cried you also crowned you. What broke you open also built something unshakable in you. And now I am about to extract the oil that pressure produced. I am about to showcase the power I formed in the furnace. This won't be just another testimony. It will be transformation. I am not preparing you for a small moment. I am preparing you for a movement, a mantle, a mandate. And that pressure? It was the proving ground. Others quit in the same fire you walked through. Others lost hope where you clung to me. That is why you are still standing. Not because you had the most talent, but because you had the most tenacity. You believed when there was no evidence. You built when no one clapped. You loved when no one reciprocated. You forgave when it cost you everything. And now the pressure that once seemed to crush you will now announce you. Your next season won't just reflect your perseverance. It will reveal my power. This is why I allowed the pressure, because I was preparing a platform where only the forged could stand. And child, you are standing now. You may not feel ready, but you are prepared. And that preparation didn't come through comfort. It came through the crucible. And I say to you now, what the pressure started, I will finish with glory. My beloved child, the hour has struck. The appointed time is no longer in the distance. It is at your doorstep, pressing urgently against the door of your spirit, asking to be received. This moment is not just another divine whisper of comfort. It is the sound of my voice breaking the seal over your next assignment. I am not here to merely soothe your soul. I have come to summon it into action. I have carried this word within me, waiting, brooding, protecting it like a flame in the wind until now. Because what I must reveal cannot be delayed. Not another breath, not another distraction, not another excuse wrapped in spiritual language. I am not just encouraging you to keep walking. I am activating what I deposited in you long before you even knew to call it purpose. This next phase of your calling demands a new level of clarity, a deeper surrender, and a fiercer trust. And so I speak now as one who has loved you too long to leave you unawakened. You asked me to use you. You asked me to show you your purpose. And I, your God, am responding not with theory, but with thunder. I must unlock this now because destiny will not wait for perfection. It waits for permission. You have asked me to open doors, but I have been waiting for you to open your soul wide enough to walk through them without dragging your past along. The dreams I have placed in you aren't dormant. They are divine. They are living blueprints encoded into your DNA, etched into your essence before time began. But dreams without direction become burdens. And so I am speaking with urgency because the direction is here, and the delay in acting upon it could cost more than you realize. This is not meant to terrify you. It is meant to fortify you. I am not rushing you. I am revealing that the time you have waited for is now rushing toward you. Heaven is moving. The clock of your calling has struck alignment, and what I must release into your awareness today will change the shape of your next steps. No more wondering, no more partial surrender. This is the hour of divine deployment. I am not just nudging your spirit, I am launching it. You have been faithful with a little, but now I am entrusting you with the weighty things. With assignments that break generational chains, with words that pierce atmospheres, with authority that you did not earn, but that I have authorized. And I am not asking you to understand every detail before you obey. I am asking you to move when I move, to speak when I speak, to go where I lead without waiting for confirmation from people who were never called to carry what you are carrying. I have hidden your next phase behind the veil of obedience, because only those who follow without full explanation can be trusted with full elevation. You have been faithful in the fog, and now I am unveiling the path. But you must take it. You must respond. I am activating you, not based on your perfection, but on your posture. Your willingness to say yes. Your decision to stop shrinking back. Your resolve to walk in boldness even while trembling. That is what I am anointing. That is what I am unlocking. And that is why I could not wait any longer to speak this to you. Oh, how I have watched you through the silence, my precious one. I saw you search the skies for a sign. I heard your cries echo in rooms no one else entered. I witnessed the ache in your eyes when answers didn't come. You thought I had turned away. You thought I had gone quiet without cause. But child, my silence was not absence. It was protection. You have been so conditioned to equate noise with progress and answers with visibility. But I work in the quiet. I guard in the stillness. I shield in the silence. Every time you thought I was distant, I was actually defending you. The doors that didn't open were not missed opportunities. They were walls of mercy. The rooms that ignored your presence weren't rejections. They were redirections. I couldn't let your name rise in places that would have corrupted your identity. I couldn't let applause from the wrong crowd seduce you into performing for platforms I never assigned you to. So I kept you hidden, not because you weren't worthy, but because your worth was too high to be handed to the unqualified. And yes, I know the silence hurt. I know it made you question everything. I know it tested your faith in ways no one else could see, but that hiddenness, it made you holy. That quiet space, it became your training ground. While others celebrated noise, you learned to discern nuance. While others posted highlights, you pressed into intimacy. While others chased platforms, you built altars. And now, because of that, you carry a weight that cannot be duplicated by popularity. The silence purified your motives. It dismantled your ego and killed off the craving for man's validation. And it established a foundation that is now strong enough to hold what I am about to build. I didn't let your voice rise in that last season, not because I didn't believe in you, but because I was building something in you that would outlast momentary momentum. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. You have been refined by obscurity, and that refining is the reason the unveiling is now possible. I have kept your name off the lips of the wrong people so I could place it on the scrolls of destiny at the right time. Child, you were not being ignored. You were being insulated. I have been surrounding your soul with layers of divine security, guarding it from flattery, shielding it from false alliances, protecting it from counterfeit covenants. I didn't want anyone laying claim to what I alone have authored, and now that the silence has served its purpose, I am speaking again, not with ambiguity, but with clarity. I am calling your name publicly because you stayed postured privately. I am shifting you into visibility, but not to impress people. I am doing it to impact eternity. And every ounce of silence you endured will now become the soil from which your authority grows. Every unseen seed you sowed in tears will blossom in full view. Those who overlooked you will be surprised. Those who doubted you will be silenced, not by your revenge, but by my reveal. Because I never forgot you, I never stopped shaping you. I only kept you hidden long enough to ensure that when I unveiled you, no one could take credit but me. My child, you need to know, truly know, that not a single tear you cried in the secret place has been ignored. Not one groan, not one ache, not one silent question vanished into the void. I caught them all. I treasured them all. Heaven has kept a sacred record of your pain, your persistence, your prayers that sounded like whispers gasping through sorrow. I have logged every ache like a scribe of eternity, writing the chronicles of a faithful warrior. You have not been overlooked. You have been observed with divine attention. I have hovered near you even when the air around you felt cold and hollow. And now, child, now, the seal that has held back your answers is breaking. I am beginning to release what has been stored. You thought silence meant I had no response. But the silence was me gathering the fullness of what needed to be revealed until the weight of your waiting matched the weight of my answer. I do not deliver half-formed resolutions. I deliver revelation, and I am releasing it now like a river uncorked from eternity, washing over every dry, cracked place in your soul. Yes, I saw you when you prayed and heard nothing in return. I watched your faith stand up while your hope sat down. I saw you make room for me, even when your heart was crowded with questions. You didn't stop seeking. You didn't walk away. You stayed in the tension. You lingered in the unknown. And for that I say to you now, the drought is ending. The famine of clarity is over. What felt like a maze is about to become a map. What looked like confusion is about to turn into confirmation. I am not just releasing information. I am unveiling insight. I am not giving you mere answers for your mind. I am offering answers that saturate your identity, that soothe the bruises left by disappointment, that restore the vision crushed by delay. These are not surface-level replies. These are soul-level revelations. And when they come, they will not whisper. They will thunder because you waited when others wandered. You endured when others escaped. And now you will hear what others missed. Not because you are better, but because you remained. You remained in me. And child, let me say this. There is power in the timing. If I had given you the answers too early, they would have felt like riddles. They would have turned into burdens, not blessings. But now your spirit has matured. Your roots have deepened. Your discernment has sharpened. You are no longer just asking for rescue. You are asking for revelation. And that is what I am giving you. Not quick fixes, but eternal perspective. Not shallow comfort, but strategic clarity. This clarity will come in layers. Yes, some suddenly and some subtly. You will sense me speaking through dreams, through divine disruptions, through people I will place in your path like puzzle pieces from heaven's hand. Do not dismiss what seems simple, for my strategy often hides in stillness. Watch how the answers arrive, not with drama, but with divine orchestration. You will hear a word and suddenly feel a shift. You will recall a memory and suddenly see its meaning. You will stand in a room and know without doubt why every no before it had to happen. This is not random timing. This is precise alignment. What was once hidden is now being revealed not only to guide you, but to mark you. Because this moment is the birthing of answers that will echo in the generations after you. My beloved, this moment demands clarity. Holy clarity. Not the clarity offered by common voices or familiar comforts. Not the kind that flickers in emotion and fades under pressure. No, what is coming requires the kind of clarity that only comes from me. And that is why I must speak now. Not later, not eventually, but now. You have sought answers from many places. You have weighed perspectives, measured logic, and even tried to discern my will through the noise of human reasoning. But child, I am not in the confusion. I am not in the chaos. I am in the clarity that cuts through the storm like a sword of light. And that clarity comes not from opinion, not from emotion, not from fear. It flows from my voice alone. The voice that called galaxies into being. The voice that whispers peace into war-torn hearts. The voice that still knows your name in the dark. I must speak now because clarity delayed becomes vulnerability. And I love you too much to let you remain vulnerable to deception, wrapped in partial truth. You are stepping into territory that demands discernment, territory marked by divine opportunity and demonic distraction. And the line between the two will not always be obvious. There will be paths that look right, but lead to exhaustion. People that sound anointed but carry hidden agendas. Choices that feel familiar, but are laced with compromise. And if you try to navigate this next phase by what feels safe or what others say is wise, you will miss what I have handcrafted specifically for your steps. My child, the season ahead is one of precision. Not performance, not popularity, precision. And precision only comes from my presence. That is why I am not offering vague nudges. I am speaking with unmistakable clarity. You have asked me to guide you, and now I am guiding you not with generalized words, but with laser-focused instructions that will illuminate your next step without revealing the entire staircase. Don't resist the simplicity of my guidance. Don't overanalyze the signs I send. This clarity will not come with crowdsourcing. It will come in quiet conviction. It will not make you famous. It will make you faithful. Because what is approaching isn't just another blessing. It is a battle line. It is a birthing canal. It is a breakthrough disguised as burden. This is why I need your ears sharp, your heart undivided, your spirit awake. You cannot afford to filter my voice through your fears or past experiences. What I say now must be received as sacred because I will ask you to walk paths you didn't plan. I will pull you into decisions that make no sense on paper, but make perfect sense in the spirit. I will challenge your comforts and confront your patterns, not to hurt you, but to hone you. I am crafting something that others won't understand, and that is okay. They weren't given your blueprint. Don't look for validation from those who weren't present in your wilderness. Their opinions don't carry the weight your obedience does. And when I speak, my words will split the fog. They will clarify your no. They will confirm your yes. They will expose the imitation and highlight the authentic. My voice will become your compass, not your emotions, not your memory, my voice. So lean in, listen with reverence, filter everything else through the frequency of my spirit. I am not confusing you, I am calling you. And I must speak now because clarity cannot wait. My child, I see the weight you carry, the heaviness in your spirit that doesn't come from sin, but from saturation. You have been absorbing too many voices, trying to map your way forward through a forest of conflicting instructions. You didn't mean to drift. Your heart was sincere. You just wanted clarity. But in your desperation, you leaned into counsel that was not anointed, advice that sounded wise but lacked the oil of heaven. You have listened to opinions wrapped in love but void of discernment. You have consulted with broken compasses, people whose directions were formed out of fear, not faith. And though their intentions may have been kind, their counsel has clouded what I was whispering. My voice has been competing with noise. And child, I will not fight for space in your heart. I will reclaim it. I am stepping in right now, not to scold you, but to recalibrate you. You have gotten turned around, not in rebellion, but in restlessness. You have tried to make sense of what I am doing by leaning on human understanding, but the path I have designed cannot be navigated by natural sight. You need my compass, and I am placing it in your hands right now. The recalibration I'm doing is not subtle. It is surgical. I am going into the core of your direction, the very coordinates of your calling, and I am resetting the internal GPS that has been distorted by distractions. You have tried to anchor your plans in good advice, but I am not calling you to good. I am calling you to God-ordained. This season cannot be led by what worked last year. The cloud has moved, the fire has shifted, and I must lead you anew. My voice is sharper than ever, not because I have changed, but because the path ahead requires sharper obedience. Where you are going, clarity is not a luxury, it is a lifeline, and I will not let you wander through the wilderness of everyone else's expectations. I am removing the residue of confusion from your heart. I am draining the noise that has diluted your focus. And I am doing this because what I am about to build through you requires full alignment. I won't let what I have planted be poisoned by second-hand opinions. I am reclaiming the throne of your direction. And child, when I speak this time, it will be unmistakable. So listen closely. I am not going to guide you by the crowds. I am going to guide you by conviction. You won't feel the need to ask, what do they think? You will know what I said. You will walk into rooms and feel the shift in your spirit. Not because of who is there, but because you will know if I am there. You won't measure your progress by applause, but by presence. My presence. And here's what you must understand. This reset is a gift. I am realigning you, not to restrict you, but to release you. You have grown too much to be led by noise. You have been marked too deeply to follow trends. You are not common. You are called. And I am setting your eyes like flint, focused, unwavering, drenched in divine discernment. From this point forward, you will walk not by the compass of emotion, but by the conviction of my voice. You won't beg for direction. It will come like breath. I will whisper and you will move. I will tug and you will turn. This is not a reset to bring you back to square one. This is a recalibration to launch you forward in power, purpose, and precision. You have heard me speak urgently. I must speak to you immediately, and now I call you to act prophetically. My child, the word you just received isn't just for you. It is a flame meant to set others free. When you give, whether through a Super Thanks membership or the PayPal link below, you are sowing into my global harvest. You are releasing oil that fuels the fire of my message, reaching hearts you may never meet, but whose eternity will be changed by what you carry. Did I not say in my word, he who refreshes others will himself be refreshed? Right now I stir you not to hesitation, but to holy action. Your seed will be met with my multiplying hand. Pressed down, shaken together, overflowing. Move now. Give into this word and watch what I pour back into your life. My child, I see how your heart races. I see the urgency in your thoughts, the quickened pace of your spirit that you have mistaken for anxiety. But listen to me. What you are feeling is not fear. It is not panic. It is divine alignment waking up inside of you. That stirring in your chest, that holy tension in your belly, that ache that feels like something is about to burst. It is not pressure from the world. It is pulling from the throne room. You are standing in the gravitational field of heaven's next move. And your body, your soul, your spirit, all of it is responding. Don't resist it. Don't numb it. Don't call it stress. Don't try to fix it with distractions or hide it under busyness. This is not something to escape. It is something to embrace. This urgency is sacred. It is my spirit realigning the tectonic plates of your inner life, making room for what has been long prophesied but not yet released. This is not a warning. It is an invitation. I am shifting you not because you are behind, but because you are ready. And yes, I know it feels uncomfortable. Realignment always does. You are letting go of what once felt like stability, but it was actually stagnation. You are releasing strategies that worked in previous seasons, but now feel lifeless. You are grieving old rhythms, even while sensing new ones knocking. That is because you are transitioning from striving to surrender. For so long, you thought breakthrough would come by force, by effort, by control, by doing more. But what I am about to do in your life will not be born of striving. It will come through surrender. Deep, holy, heart-trembling surrender. The kind of surrender that says, God, even if I don't understand it, I trust you. Even if I can't trace you, I will still obey. I don't need you to manufacture movement. I need you to yield to my momentum. What I am building now requires your yes, not your hustle. Your obedience, not your overthinking. Your worship, not your worry. The shift is not earned, it is embraced. It is not a reward for being strong. It is a release for being surrendered. Let me say this with clarity. You are not behind. You are not late. You are not failing. You are not missing your moment. You are standing on the threshold of divine alignment. And the urgency you feel is not an alarm. It is the sound of heaven opening doors you didn't knock on. It is me moving things into place with supernatural speed. And because you have been faithful in silence, I am accelerating your steps in the Spirit. Don't let your mind interpret this urgency as a signal to rush. Let your spirit interpret it as a call to release. I am not pushing you to do more. I am pulling you to fall deeper into me. The answers won't come through anxiety. They will come through alignment. The shift won't be found in stress. It will be discovered in surrender. Let go of the reins. I never called you to drive this. I called you to follow. This next wave will not rise on your strength. It will rise on your yielding. And child, once you yield, once you release the grip and open your hands, you will feel the winds of heaven push you into places you could never have reached on your own. This urgency is me drawing near. This alignment is me taking the lead. Stop driving. Start surrendering because the shift has already begun. My beloved, I hear you. I have heard every time you have asked, when, Lord? I have seen the way you look at the calendar, the clock, the mirror, searching for signs that something is about to shift. You have asked again and again, when will it happen? When will the promise come? When will the struggle ease? You have watched others receive what looks like their moment, and you have wondered if I skipped over you. You have been faithful. You have been patient. And still, the silence stretches like an unanswered prayer echoing in an empty room. But listen to me, child. Your question is valid, but it is incomplete. What you should be asking isn't, when will it happen? The real question is, are you prepared to receive it when it does? Because I have already declared the outcome. The manifestation is not the mystery. The preparation of your soul is. That is the part we are working through now. What is coming to you is too weighty to be handled with shallow faith. It requires a depth you didn't know you needed until you faced delay. You thought the weight was me withholding, but it was me readying. I have already spoken. The word is sealed. It is done. Heaven isn't confused about your destiny. The only question left is, will you rise into the maturity that can sustain what has already been assigned to you? Because I am not just answering your prayer. I am releasing a realm, and realms require responsibility. You have asked for overflow, but have you surrendered the old containers that can't hold the new oil? You have asked for influence, but have you healed from the wounds that still seek validation through attention? You have asked for doors, but are you ready for the obedience that will be required once those doors open? You see, child, I am not preparing the blessing. I am preparing you, because I love you too deeply to deliver something that will crush you due to lack of preparation. So the delay hasn't been denial, it has been divine design. I have been tilling the soil of your character, strengthening your know, sharpening your discernment, healing your identity, because what is coming cannot be mismanaged. It is not just about you. It is about everyone who will be touched by your obedience. And I will not let the destiny I gave you become a weapon in the enemy's hand because it arrived before your spirit was ready. And so I ask again, are you ready? Not in your emotions, not in your schedule, not in your imagination, in your spirit. Are you prepared to steward glory? Can you carry favor without needing to be seen? Can you walk in authority without craving control? Can you obey me when the crowd goes quiet? Because, child, the promise is not far. It is already here, circling your life like a seed, waiting for soil. The moment you shift from asking when to declaring yes, everything begins to move. Not because you earned it, but because you aligned with it. My timing is perfect. I have not forgotten, but I will not bless you prematurely. I will not give you something just to watch it break you. I am not cruel. I am committed. Committed to your fullness, committed to your wholeness, committed to the version of you that doesn't just carry blessings but multiplies them for generations. So pause the countdown, let go of the timeline, and ask the better question, Father, make me ready. Because what is next is not waiting on heaven, it is waiting on your readiness. Oh, my dear child, how tenderly I have watched you listen for me. You are straining for a word, heart aching for confirmation. You have waited with open palms and whispered prayers. You have cried in the middle of the night and stared into the silence, hoping it would speak back. And when it didn't sound the way you thought it would, you assumed I was absent. But let me say this with the fullness of my presence. I was never silent. I have been speaking to you all along, just not in the language your expectations were tuned to hear. You were listening for lightning, but I was whispering in rain. You wanted a trumpet, but I was threading my words through your tears. I was the ache in your chest that reminded you you are still alive. I was the tug in your spirit when you were about to settle. I was the peace that flooded you out of nowhere, the scripture that found you instead of you finding it, the timing that couldn't be explained. I was in all of it, woven into every moment you thought I was silent. You see, child, I speak in more than syllables. I speak in seasons. I speak in shifts. I speak in divine disruptions and in doors that don't open. I speak in the gut feelings that won't go away. I speak in dreams you can't shake and burdens that won't lift. But because it didn't sound like you were used to, you labeled it silence. Yet if you will look again, closer, slower, with your spirit and not your logic, you will see that I was louder than ever. You were looking for the familiar, but I was drawing you into the unfamiliar so I could mature your hearing. Because where I am taking you next, you can't survive off yesterday's revelations. You need new frequencies, sharper discernment, the ability to detect my fingerprints on what others dismiss as coincidence. And so I changed the frequency, not to confuse you, but to develop you. You thought I went quiet, but I was inviting you into a deeper kind of listening. I wasn't withholding words. I was expanding your vocabulary of faith. And now the question isn't just, is God speaking? The real question is, am I listening in the right dimension? Because I am always speaking. I don't take days off from your life. I don't go silent like the world does. I have been orchestrating divine messages through seemingly mundane moments. That person you bumped into, that was me. That sudden insight, that was me. That feeling in worship you couldn't explain, that was me. But you have been listening for noise when I have been forming revelation. And that revelation is about to erupt like a flood. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you're about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, Kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100, because now your ears have adjusted. Now your heart has been softened. Now your discernment has been sharpened. And what once sounded like silence will now echo like thunder. I have never stopped speaking. I have just been speaking on a level that required you to go deeper. And you did. Even when it hurt. Even when it was lonely. Even when the silence felt suffocating, you kept listening. And because of that, my child, your ears are now ready to hear everything I have been saying all along. My cherished child, I want you to understand when I come. I do not come empty-handed. I do not arrive unprepared or underwhelming. I bring the fullness of heaven with me, the answers you have been waiting for, the assignments you have been pondering, and the unseen angelic assistance that will stand beside you as you step into your next reason to believe. You thought I might appear as a sudden feeling, a fleeting moment, a casual whisper. But no, I come weighted with purpose. Imagine a king arriving not with empty hands, but with scrolls of instruction, keys to doors, and messengers at his side. That is me now, standing before you in the courtyard of your spirit, laden with what your soul has been longing for. Everything you have asked for in hidden tears and unheard prayers, I am holding in my hand, ready to release. You thought you were waiting, but what has been waiting for you is far greater than you can imagine. I am not initiating conversation. I am commencing a commission. And you, my beloved, are the one I have chosen to send into your next season with purpose and power. The delay or silence you endured wasn't my absence. It was my preparation. I was gathering the strategies, aligning the forces, tuning your ears, and filling the vessels that would carry the weight of your calling. And now, when I step in, I will arrive not with words floating in the air, but with armies aligned. The answers will be precise, cutting through confusion like a sword of light. The assignments will carry weight, not pressure, but purpose. And the angelic assistance, the angelic assistance, will not hover in the distance. It will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. You will feel their presence, sense their protection, and flow in the power that rises when the supernatural collides with your faith. You have not been left behind. You have not been overlooked. You have been prepared. Now I say to you, receive. Accept not just comfort, but commissioning. Not just comfort, but clarity. Not just comfort, but the company of the unseen forces that work when you step into my calling. And yes, you may wonder if you are ready. You may still question whether what you sense is enough, but let me reassure you, my provision is bigger than your preparation. My strength exceeds your flaws, and my presence is more real than any fear trying to tell you otherwise. So don't step nervously. Step boldly. Not because of your courage, but because of my power coming with you. You are not alone. You never were. And what I place in your hand now will change how you walk forward. It will shift atmospheres, unlock doors, and pave paths you thought were impossible. Trust that what I bring is not the beginning of more confusion, but the beginning of clarity. Not the beginning of another question, but the beginning of the answer. So reach up and take it. My assignment, my anointing, my angels, my word, my power. Because today I am not just speaking into your life. I am sending you, and you will not walk it alone. My beloved child, I see the fog in your mind, the way thoughts swirl when you try to decide, the heaviness in your chest when clarity slips just beyond your grasp. You have wrestled with confusion. You thought it was from weariness, from lack of focus, from the weight of too many expectations. But child, what you faced wasn't just emotional. It was spiritual interference. It was a strategy engineered to slow you, to cloud what I spoke, to blur what is from what is not. The enemy can't handle your destiny, so he throws distractions, doubts, and delays at you to derail you. He counts on the fog to weaken your permission to operate in my clarity. But I am clearing the fog. I am sending a wind into the atmosphere of confusion that will blow clarity back into place. When my spirit moves, storms flee, ghosts dissipate, and the mind can rest in the quiet, bone-deep conviction that I am speaking. I am aligning. I am turning this around. You might look at your previous attempts to see my path, studies, plans, confirmations, failures, and feel like you are back at square one. But child, this is not about starting over. This is about starting fresh. I am sweeping the battlefield clear. No more lies masquerading as your own thoughts. No more condemnation dressed in accusation. No more silence wearing the costume of abandonment. I am illuminating your understanding. You will see your next move like a path carved in light. You will hear direction like a melody tuned to your spirit. The fog hasn't been part of your assignment. It has been a disguise meant to delay your steps. But that disguise is dissolving right now. My voice is rising louder than the lie. My light is penetrating dark clouds, and what felt like murk is becoming miracle formation. What seemed like uncertainty is shifting into unmistakable clarity. Take a breath, my child. Let go of the impulse to fill the time with noise. Let go of the temptation to scan around for security. You will only find it in me. Stand still and watch as I realign your mind and soul. Disassembly of confusion is my work, and I have come for your clarity today. You thought the pressure would break you, but it will break the fog instead. You thought the waiting left you vulnerable, but it has fortressed your sensitivity to my voice. You thought you lost your connection, but I have never lost hold of you. Every moment of chaos before this one was a veil. And now I say, behold, my glory will shine through you. You will walk forward into this next season with vision that cannot be stolen and wisdom that cannot be misread. The interference is broken. The fog is cleared, and you, my beloved, are stepping into clarity. Beloved, it is time we speak plainly, spirit to spirit, truth to truth. I see how long you have been in survival mode. I see how you have adjusted your expectations downward just to manage the weight of disappointment. You have built routines around pain, made peace with lack, called coping contentment when deep down you knew it was compromise. You celebrated crumbs as miracles, not because you lacked faith, but because you didn't believe you were allowed to ask for more. But listen to me now. You were never meant to live a life defined by survival. I did not create you to merely endure. I formed you in my image to reign, not with arrogance, not with worldly ambition, but with spiritual authority, with the dignity of royalty and the fire of a co-heir to my kingdom. I didn't crown you with grace so you could limp through life silently. I crowned you so you could rise. But before you can rise, you have to confront the survival identity that has subtly cloaked itself in false humility. You have worn it like a second skin. This idea that you are being holy by playing small, that you are being meek by avoiding movement. But beloved, I have never called you to invisibility. I have called you to impact, to release what I have poured into you, to shake atmospheres, to bring deliverance through your voice, to carry breakthrough in your very presence. You have been surviving, yes, but that season has expired. Now I am calling you out of survival and into spiritual sovereignty. The throne of grace is not a museum for the weary. It is a command center for my sons and daughters to legislate heaven on earth. And I am reminding you today, you are not just a survivor, you are a sent one. You carry power, not just pain. You house answers, not just aching. And you will not leave this next season crawling. You will leave it commissioned. What I am unlocking now will require you to drop the labels that the wilderness gave you. You are not stuck. You are not fragile. You are not barely making it. You are called, empowered, and rising with the roar of resurrection in your lungs. The enemy's greatest fear is not your suffering. It is your surrender to my identity over you. Because once you realize who you are in me, you stop asking for scraps and start demanding destiny. You stop living on defense and start operating in divine dominion. I am restoring your roar. I am reigniting your revelation. You will no longer apologize for the power I placed in you. You will no longer tiptoe around blessings I crafted for your hands. You will no longer shrink in the name of patience. My spirit in you is not passive. It is piercing. It is time to rise, not in pride but in purpose, not in noise but in knowing. And when you rise, child, chains will break, not just in your life, but in the lives of those who have been watching you survive. They have seen your fight. Now they will see your fire. My beloved, listen to me closely. There is not a single part of your past I did not already see when I called you. I saw the wounds you caused and the ones that were done to you. I saw the detours, the wrong turns, the nights you gave up on yourself. I saw the bitterness you carried for too long, the habits you couldn't shake, the words you wish you could take back. And still, I chose you. I didn't overlook your history. I included it in my plan. I factored in the failures, and I still wrote your name in the blueprint. That is how powerful my grace is. That is how secure my calling is. I didn't call you because you were flawless. I called you because I knew that when my love collided with your brokenness, something glorious would rise. You have been disqualifying yourself for too long, holding your past like a wall between us. But child, I tore down every wall when I stretched my arms on that cross. There is nothing left for you to hide behind. I have seen it all. I still choose you. Stop trying to earn what I already gave. Stop trying to pay penance for a past I have already redeemed. My calling over your life wasn't fragile. It was forged in fire, and I am not reversing it because you stumbled. I am redeeming it through your surrender. You think your story is tainted, but I say it is anointed. You think your past disqualifies you, but I say it equips you. You carry scars, yes, but those scars are testimonies, not disqualifiers. They speak of survival, of grace, of a God who never let go. You keep looking for someone with a cleaner record, a better resume, a quieter history. But I specialize in raising the ones nobody saw coming. I crown the Davids in the field. I anoint the Pauls with the criminal past. I lift up the Esthers who were overlooked. And I am lifting you, not in spite of your history, but through it. Because your story, my child, is about to become someone else's freedom. So stop waiting to feel worthy. Stop delaying obedience until you feel less flawed. Worthiness was never the requirement. Willingness was. I don't need you to be perfect. I need you to be present. Present in this moment. Present in this assignment. Present in your yes. Because I am not changing my mind. You can't undo what I ordained. You can't out-sin my sovereignty. I called you and I meant it. I have held your destiny in my hands while you ran. I have guarded your anointing while you doubted, And now I am calling you to stop running, stop hiding, and step fully into what I have already written. This is your moment, not after you get it all together, now. Because I have already seen it all, and I still chose you. Love, come closer. Sit with me in the quiet and hear this from my heart to yours. You have not been buried, you have been planted. And while the world may have overlooked you, while others moved on without noticing the weight you carry, I have been hiding you in the shadows. Not to punish you, but to preserve you. There is a difference between isolation and incubation. And I want you to understand this deeply. I never lost sight of you. I never misplaced you. I have had my hand over you the entire time, shielding, guarding, preparing, refining, because what I have placed within you cannot be exposed prematurely. If unveiled too soon, it would have been misunderstood, misused, or mishandled. You see, child, I was not hiding you from your destiny. I was hiding you for it. I covered you in silence so that your roots could grow deep enough to sustain the glory that is coming. I wrapped you in divine delay so that no one else could hijack what is holy. The world calls it delay. I call it divine discretion. And I must remind you, I don't do public reveals without private preparation. Before the dove descended on my son in public, he spent 30 years in obscurity. Not because he wasn't ready to shine, but because he was being prepared to carry what no one else could. You too, child, have been tucked away for a reason. There were things I had to whisper into your spirit that couldn't be heard in the noise of the crowd. I had to protect the oil on your life from being diluted by popularity. I had to shield your anointing from hands that weren't clean enough to handle it. You thought the silence meant I had forgotten, but in truth, it was evidence that I was focused. I have not stopped working on your behalf. I have just been working behind the curtain. And now the curtain is beginning to shift. The stage is being set. The veil is being lifted. And when I reveal what I have hidden in you, it will not be for applause. It will be for impact. But hear me clearly. This unveiling must happen on my terms, not theirs. Not according to man's timeline, not when they demand a performance, not when you feel impatient. The pressure to be seen can never outweigh the purity I am producing in you. I am not preparing you for a moment. I am preparing you for a movement. This isn't about going viral. This is about going vertical, ascending into your calling, your assignment, your anointing. So don't resent the hiddenness. Reverence it. Treasure it. Because you are not hidden from the world. You are hidden in me. And when I say it is time, no door will remain closed. No platform will be unreachable. No opposition will stop the unveiling. The same God who kept you hidden will be the one who lifts the veil. And when I do, the world will not just see you. They will see me through you. So wait well, beloved, because what I am about to reveal cannot be rushed. It must be released, and it will be in my perfect time. My precious one, I have heard your prayers. I have heard the pleading in the midnight hour, the bold declarations in faith, the whispered requests laced with hope and weariness. Lord, open the door, you have said. Make a way. Show me the opportunity. And I tell you now, I have not turned a deaf ear. I have seen every act of faith, every seed you have sown, every sacrifice you have made when no one was watching. I have felt the hunger in your spirit, the yearning for breakthrough. But as your God, I must ask you something in return. Can I trust you with what is behind the door you are asking me to open? Because, child, I don't just open doors. I assign what is on the other side. And what is behind those doors isn't just blessing. It is weight. It is warfare. It is responsibility. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. It is not just answered prayer, it is divine assignment. And I won't give you access to something your character isn't ready to carry. I love you too much to set you up for spiritual collapse. You see, open doors are not the finish line. They are the starting point of your next level of obedience. Everyone celebrates the open door, but few understand the cost of walking through it. The distractions will increase. The spiritual warfare will intensify. The expectations will rise. And if your identity is not rooted in me, you will start performing for applause instead of walking in purpose. That is why I test in the hallway before I promote in the doorway. That is why I let silence linger long enough to see if you will worship me, even when the door doesn't budge. That is why I allowed some doors to close right in front of you. Not to punish you, but to prepare you. I wasn't denying you access. I was building the foundation that would keep you standing when the wind blew on the other side. And now I am looking at your heart, not just your hands. I am asking, can I trust you with visibility without vanity? With increase without entitlement? With promotion without losing your posture of surrender? Because what is behind these next doors is sacred. These aren't just opportunities. They are assignments sealed in heaven. Rooms you didn't ask for. Platforms you didn't build. Influence you didn't chase, but that I chose to entrust to you. And when I open them, you will walk in with more than favor. You will walk in with fire. You will walk in with the authority of one who has been hidden, forged, and proven. But until then, I am still refining, still shaping, still asking. Will you trust my timing as much as you trust my promises? Will you seek my face before you seek the door? Because when I find a heart I can trust, there is no door in heaven or on earth that can stay shut. I am not just opening what you ask for. I am opening what you didn't know to ask for. And when I do, it will make sense why I waited. So my child, prepare not just for the door. Prepare for the depth of what is behind it. Because the door is not the destination. It is the beginning of destiny. My beloved, listen. I have been watching you. Yes. Every step, every sigh, every moment, you have bowed under the invisible weight pressing on your chest. I have seen the quiet moments when you held it all together for everyone else, thinking, if I don't do it, it will fall apart. I have seen you carry burdens not just of your own making, but of others' expectations, silent guilt, and memories that never seem to rest. You have been walking through life like a warrior with wounds. Still standing, yes, but bleeding beneath the armor. And today I come not to scold you, but to rescue you. You have been carrying more than your portion. You have been carrying shame that was never yours to carry. Responsibility that I never assigned, expectations I never spoke. And now I say this with thunderous love, lay it down, give it to me right here, right now. You were never meant to be the savior of everyone around you. That role was never yours to assume. You have internalized the trauma, replayed the failure, held yourself hostage to the what-ifs and should-haves. But I need you to understand, child, there is a difference between stewardship and slavery. And you have crossed the line believing that overfunctioning is obedience. It is not. It is exhaustion disguised as duty, and I never asked that of you. Yes, you are strong, but you are not meant to be self-sufficient. Yes, You are compassionate, but not to the point of collapsing under the emotional weight of everyone else's brokenness. You were called to be my vessel, not my replacement. And this very moment is your invitation back into alignment. I want to restore the rhythm of rest in your life. I want to remind you of the freedom that flows from trusting me completely. Now, child, let me speak to that hidden place in your heart, the part that thinks laying it down means you are failing someone, the part that whispers, if I let go, everything will fall apart. Let me tell you something holy. If what you are holding can't survive without you holding it, it was never sustainable to begin with. I am God. I hold it all. You don't have to keep performing, fixing, or earning your worth. I loved you before you lifted a finger. I chose you before you did anything useful, and I am not impressed by your exhaustion. I am moved by your surrender. So give me what you have clung to. The regrets, the fears, the people, the pressure. Give me the weight of their expectations, the burden of your perfectionism, the grief that still lingers from years ago. None of it belongs on your shoulders anymore, not because it doesn't matter, but because it matters so much that only my shoulders can bear it. You will breathe differently when you let go. You will move lighter, hear clearer, love deeper. You will laugh again without wondering when the pain will return. This is not about giving up. It is about coming home. I am restoring balance to your soul. I am reclaiming space in your spirit where chaos has camped out for too long. And when you release what was never yours to carry, you will finally be able to carry what I did give you. Peace, joy, clarity, purpose. My yoke is easy. My burden is light. Trade me your weight for my wind. You were never meant to drag your way through this journey. You were meant to soar. So lift your hands, child. This is not just a message, it is a transfer. And I am taking everything now that was never yours to carry again. You have been walking with me line by line, and by now you know I must speak to you immediately because souls are hanging in the balance. My word to you is not just meant to comfort, it is meant to commission. When you give through Super Thanks membership or the PayPal link below, you become a floodgate of living water, releasing this message into dry lands where hearts are thirsty for hope. I told you my word will not return void, and when you sow into it, you become part of its mission, part of its movement, part of my miracle in motion. This isn't just generosity, it is prophetic obedience. And to every giver, I release the blessing of Malachi 3:10. I will open the windows of heaven and pour out so much blessing you won't have room to contain it. Now act. Support what your spirit already knows is sacred. My child, oh, if only you knew. If only you could see what I see behind the veil. The times you assumed I was doing nothing were actually the most strategic moments of divine orchestration. You cried out, "Why is nothing moving?" But behind the scenes, I was moving everything. I was aligning hearts, shifting timelines, rerouting what was meant for evil, then reshaping it for your good. You only saw silence, but I was writing scenes. And if I showed it to you all at once, it would overwhelm your human understanding. You'd be stunned by the layers, the divine detours, the way one "no you mourned" saved you from 1,000 hidden snares, the way I used delay to make room for deliverance, the way I routed pain into purpose. Nothing, hear me, nothing was wasted. Every thread is being woven into a story more beautiful than you can imagine. And here's the truth. I am not done. Yes, it felt like the story paused, like you hit a chapter break and the pages just went blank. But child, I am the author. I don't leave stories unfinished. I don't drop the pen when the plot twists. I dig deeper. I write richer. I pull in redemption from corners you didn't know existed. You think the best part is behind you, but the most powerful chapters are still being formed. You have seen my provision, but you haven't seen my glory in full yet. You have tasted grace, but you haven't drunk from the deep well of fulfilled promise. You are not at the end, you are at the turn. And every divine turn carries the power to transform the entire trajectory. That heartbreak you thought was the finale? It was only the setup for something holy. A betrayal that gutted you? It created the vacancy for better alignment. A door that slammed? It redirected you to my door. And I have never stopped writing. So here's what I need from you now. Keep reading. Don't close the book. Don't walk away before the miracle makes its entrance. Don't let fatigue make you forget that every story written by me ends in glory. It may not look like you expected. It may come in forms you never planned, but child, it will come. And when it does, it will make sense why the battle was so intense, why the delay was so long, why the silence felt endless. Because what I am doing now isn't just for your comfort. It is for your calling. I am writing this story with future generations in mind, with legacy in my heart, and every line I pen is soaked in purpose. You are not a footnote in someone else's narrative. You are the headline of a move of God. So trust the author, trust the pauses, trust the rewrites. I never run out of ink. I never lose the plot. And I am not even close to done. The best is not behind you, child. The revelation is just beginning. Beloved, I need your eyes. I need your ears. I need your undivided heart in this moment, because what I am about to do in your life cannot be diluted by distraction. What I am releasing next is not subtle. It is strategic, and it will require your full spiritual attention. I know you felt the pull lately, the tug of meaningless scrolling, the lure of unnecessary conversations, the mental loops of worry that steal hours from your day. That is not coincidence. It is tactical warfare. The enemy isn't fighting you with destruction this time. He is fighting you with distraction because he knows he can't stop what I have ordained. But if he can deter your focus, delay your momentum, or dilute your discernment, he might just slow you down enough to make you question me. And so I speak this urgently. You cannot afford to be careless with your focus. You are on the brink of breakthrough, and distraction is the devil's last-ditch effort to detour you from divine acceleration. There are moments in every child of mine's journey where a line must be drawn. A holy line that says, no more wasted time. And you, my beloved, are at that line now. This is a season where clarity must rise above comfort, where obedience must overtake entertainment, where peace must become your priority. Because where I am taking you next, into deeper revelation, wider influence, and irreversible spiritual shifts, you will not survive on shallow attention. You must learn to fix your eyes like flint. You must guard your gaze, because what you feed your attention becomes the appetite of your soul. This is not about legalism. It is about alignment. I am not punishing you. I am positioning you, because one moment of distraction can cost you a divine instruction, and you can no longer afford to miss anything I am whispering. The instructions I am giving now are doctrinal. They are operational. They are the blueprint for your next breakthrough. Let me be direct. If the enemy can't destroy your calling, he will do everything he can to distract you from walking in it. And distraction doesn't always come dressed in rebellion. Sometimes it looks like good opportunities that aren't God opportunities. Sometimes it sounds like familiar voices that no longer align with your growth. Sometimes it hides behind obligations you were never called to carry. But child, I am severing those strings. I am disrupting your distractions. I am burning up false obligations that were never authored by my spirit, and I am doing it because your destiny demands a focused vessel. What is coming isn't fragile, it is fire. But fire doesn't dwell in split devotion. It consumes those who are fully surrendered. So take this as a divine interruption. Shut down the noise, silence the thieves. Protect your gates, because this next move isn't casual, it is consecrated. And I will be speaking. Don't miss me because your ears are tuned to everything but me. Tune back in. Refocus. Recommit. Because the next download is coming, and it requires your full attention. My child, you have grieved over things you thought were stolen. Opportunities you lost, relationships that slipped through your fingers, plans that fell apart in slow motion while you prayed for them to be restored. You sat in the wreckage of unanswered expectations and asked me, "Why did you let this happen?" You have assumed it was the enemy, assumed it was failure, assumed it was punishment. But listen to me now. Some of what you lost wasn't stolen. It was surrendered by my hand because I saw what you couldn't. I saw what that relationship would have cost your soul. I saw how that position would have corrupted your peace. I saw how that open door would have taken you in a direction that looked good on the outside, but would have starved your spirit on the inside. I removed it not to rob you, but to rescue you. And though it felt like loss, it was really liberation. Yes, I let it fall apart. Yes, I let it end. Yes, I let it slip from your hands even while you were begging me to bless it. But child, do you think I take pleasure in your pain? Do you think I ignore your tears? Every moment of your grief was recorded in heaven. Every shattered piece was caught in my hands, but I allowed the breaking because I had to make room. You were holding on to something too small, too shallow, too misaligned. And in my mercy, not my wrath, I let it be taken. Because if I didn't remove it, it would have rooted itself too deep and kept you stuck in a lesser version of your calling. I am not a God who amputates without intention. I prune to prepare, I subtract to multiply, and I break only what I intend to rebuild stronger. You didn't lose it because you failed. You lost it because I loved you too much to let it stay. Now it is time to see with new eyes. That closed door was a rescue. That silence was protection. That unanswered prayer was my loudest act of mercy. And I am not done. The space left behind by what I removed is about to be filled with glory. A glory you couldn't have carried if your hands were still full of what I asked you to let go. Your mourning has prepared the soil. Your tears have watered the roots. And what is about to rise from the ashes of loss will be pure, unstoppable, kingdom-infused manifestation. Don't look back with resentment. Look forward with revelation. I didn't allow you to lose. I led you to release. And now that you have let go, I can finally pour out what has been waiting. The space you thought was empty is sacred. The vacancy is victory in disguise. The loss was not the end. It was the beginning of divine overflow. Trust me, I didn't take it away to hurt you. I took it away to make room for what only heaven can deliver. My beloved one, hear me now. Heaven is not waiting any longer. The cosmos is shifting. The atmosphere is bending. Divine acceleration is upon you, and the moments that felt stagnant are about to become supernatural launches. I know how many times you prayed and wondered, is anything happening? But it is right now. The currents of the Spirit are swirling. The scrolls of destiny are unfolding, and my promises are no longer whispers in the past. They are footsteps approaching. Angels dispatched and grace descending. Your angel has not just been sent. They are already standing near you, poised to deliver what I decreed before time bent into existence. They carry your deliverance, your divine assignments, your breakthrough, what you asked for in desperation, and what you waited on in faith is walking with you. Do not wait for the next sign. This is it. I release not a breeze, but a hurricane of favor. I did not just send assistance, I ordained accompaniment. The battlefield behind you is silenced. The release behind you is activated, and the assignment ahead of you is clothed in angelic strength. You thought you were alone. You believed the silence meant delay. But every moment of divine movement has been calculated, not withheld. Your faith has forged a launch site beneath your feet. Your tears have baptized the ground. Your endurance has summoned the angels. And now that faithful posture is bearing fruit. The spiritual realm is not responding. It has responded. The sacred couriers of heaven stand ready. Literal emissaries, not of rumor but of reality, holding what belongs to you. It is not invisible, it is not theoretical, it is happening. Let me remind you deeply, you are not stepping into emptiness, but into victory. When you begin to walk, you walk as one surrounded, not attacked. When your mouth breaks into praise, you praise with accompaniment. Voices not just heard, but aligned in the lift. When you take risks, you risk from rest, not desperation. When the door opens, you do not go in unprepared, but you enter with power, protection, and promise. I have stationed your angel, but I have also stationed my heart. My kingdom stands with you. This is not the end of waiting. It is the beginning of walking. What you have dreamed of, what you have cried over, what you have believed for. The time of arrival has come, so stand firm. Receive what is standing at your side and move. The future is carrying you. Beloved, the air is too charged for delay. The next step I have for you is not a suggestion, it is a sacred summons. I must speak now. Not for dramatic effect, but because your moment of hesitance could cost momentum. Every delay after knowing my voice can cause the current to pass you by. I need your spirit not faint, not fearful, not comparing or calculating, but responding. The key isn't perfection, it is obedience. You practiced patience, you have been faithful. Now step. Even if you tremble, even if the terrain is unfamiliar, even if your flesh petitions for assurance, obedience unlocks the power of heaven. It transforms movement into miracle. It transforms invitation into inheritance. Your spirit knows this moment. And my voice is urgent because the divine alignment of doors, people, and breakthroughs that have converged around you will not wait forever. Heaven doesn't reset on your schedule. The angels are not on pause. What is shifting in the air will shift the trajectory of your life if you move into it. You think hesitation keeps you safe, but hesitation steals what courage would capture. Obedience isn't about saying yes perfectly. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. It is about saying yes promptly, yes with trembling lips, yes with awkward steps, yes despite voices that say you can't. And yes, I will meet you there. I will work through you. I will amplify what flows through your surrendered soul. Your next step isn't just the next step. It is the step, the one that begins the atmosphere of what you have prayed for. So don't stall, not now, not when everything is hovering in favor. You have come this far not to stall now. Your breakthrough isn't past, it is paused only until you step. Don't let your mind rewrite the call into something you can't carry. It is not about should I, it is about I will. Trust me when the path looks thin. It is my design, not yours. Trust me when the approval isn't clear. My approval is clear. You asked, I spoke. Now you walk. Let this be the moment you stop holding back. Let this be the moment your yes becomes kinetic, carrying with it the authority of heaven. The key is not answers, it is obedience. Step in faith. I am calling, and I will meet you in the step. Your destiny waits. My child, I have held every tear you wept in the quiet of your soul. Those midnight cries, the whispers between sobs, yes, I heard them all. You felt invisible, overlooked, like your pain was tucked behind closed doors where no one cared to look. But I saw. I cataloged every ache. I preserved every wound in my memory, not to punish you, but to consecrate your journey. And now the season of hidden suffering is shifting. The wounds you have buried in silence are being excavated by my glory and transformed into public blessing. What you once thought would disqualify you is becoming the vault of your breakthrough. The quiet grief that felt isolating is becoming your invitation to testify of my mercy in arenas you never thought possible. I know how you have tried to hide the cracks. You plastered smiles over scars, tried to pretend the healing was complete. You feared that if people knew, they'd walk away. But child, your greatest healing is not in hiding your scars. It is in letting them shine under my light. Because those scars tell a story of divine survival. They are not shameful, they are sacred. And I am about to bring them into the open, not to expose you, but to exalt you. What you have carried alone, I will carry with you publicly, powerfully, prophetically. The hidden battles that drained your strength will be repurposed as testimonies that renew hearts and revive hope. Your pain isn't irrelevant. It is the very pulse of my grace in action. And when it finds a voice, you will see what you thought was buried was actually being planted. You don't need to pretend anymore. You don't need to sanitize your story to be seen by those watching. I want your realness. I want your authenticity, because I am building a bridge between the throne of heaven and the streets where your scars were formed. And you, yes, you are the vessel. The hiddenness deepened your intimacy with me. It shaped your compassion. It sharpened your sensitivity to my voice. All of that is not going to waste. I am pouring glory, my glory, into your broken places, and the display of my redemption through your life will glow so brightly. People will no longer be curious about the glory. They will be curious about the God who healed you. And that is the point. Not to make you famous, but to make me known. Not to validate you, but to validate my power to restore. So don't pull back from your testimony. Don't fear the revealing. Lean into it. Allow me to bring what was hidden into light, and watch how what you thought was your desert blooms into a garden. Your silent sorrow is about to become public praise. My beloved child, hear me intently. I did not call you to a sanctuary of comfort. I didn't lead you to storybook serenity. I summoned you to the arena of your anointing. I called you not to dwell in ease, but to endure. Endurance is not the absence of trial. It is the presence of a fire so divine that it refines rather than destroys. Many seek comfort. Few embrace the crown that only endurance produces. But you, yes, you have stood when others turned away. You have carried faith when fear whispered louder. You held on to hope when hope was all you had left. That is not perishable character. That is crownable calling, because your endurance is not a byproduct of your willpower. It is the amplification of my presence in your perseverance. And I am here not to console your weakness, but to crown your worshipful resilience. You prayed for breakthroughs today, but I have asked for breakthroughs in your heart, recounting your journey of perseverance tomorrow. The greatest anointing isn't in the miracle itself. It is in the place where the miracle is birthed through gritty, trembling faith. I am not just honoring what I will do in your future. I am honoring what you have done in your past when no angel was applauding, when your spirit was exhausted, when your tears were the only offering. That endurance did not go unnoticed. It was preserved in my chambers, recognized by heaven's counsel, and now is being elevated. The crown I bring isn't for the one who lived comfortably. It is for the one who lived courageously, who clung to me when their voice trembled, who pressed in when the path thinned, who believed in my voice when the world spoke louder. That, my child, is worthy of a royal audience, and not just of relief, but of reverence. So do not measure this moment by how comfortable it is, but by how consequential it is. I am not inviting you into complacency. I am delivering you into crowns. You thought your pain was a prison, but it was the crown molding of your calling. You thought your delays were detours, but they were the refining recesses of your royal alignment. I will not overlook your testimony because it came through pain. I will not negate your calling because your story carried scars. On the contrary, I am coming to lift you, to lift your posture, your presence, to elevate your name because you persevered when many gave up. The reward is not comfort, it is crowning. And when you receive it, you will do so not in relief, but in reverence. Because the one who sustained you and strengthened you is the one standing to applaud your surrender to endurance. The victor receives the crown. And now, beloved, victory is here. Child, can you feel it? The wind has changed. What was against you is no longer allowed to linger. The atmosphere is rearranging itself around my decree. This is not like the last time. This is not another loop in the wilderness. This is a holy shift in the very air surrounding your destiny. The wind is no longer opposing you, it is carrying you. What once required sweat and tears to move even an inch will now be propelled by my breath. You have labored through resistance. You have been faithful when the terrain was brutal and unrelenting. But now the current of heaven is turning. You are stepping into divine circulation where the promises that once felt distant will now flow toward you. Not because you have earned it, but because you have endured the process that produced it. You have known the ache of stagnation. You have cried out during seasons that seemed motionless. You wondered if the doors were broken, if the heavens were brass, if your prayers had hit a ceiling. But I was not absent. I was orchestrating what your eyes could not see. I was shifting things so completely that when the release came, you wouldn't just feel movement, you would feel momentum. And that is what is now arriving. Divine circulation doesn't just shift things around you, it transforms how things respond to you. People, platforms, places, resources. What was blocked is now blessed. What was delayed is now delivered. My wind doesn't blow aimlessly. It carries assignments, and you are the target of my outpouring. This is not another lap around the desert. This is an exit into Eden. You are not circling anymore. You are ascending. And here's what I want you to know. Deep in your spirit, the shift in the wind is not accidental. It is intentional. It is prophetic. It is personal. It is your appointed time. So let go of the survival strategies that were tied to your old cycle. You don't need them where I am taking you. Release the bitterness you acquired while waiting. It cannot travel into the new wind. Release the identity you formed in the famine. It has no authority in the season of overflow. I am giving you permission to fly, to trust again, to dream again, to move with me again. Because this is not just wind, it is my whirlwind of glory moving everything into alignment, and it is for you. Let it carry you. Let it sweep you into the places I prepared. The wind has shifted, and this time it is in your favor. My child, I know you felt the pressure intensify. I know your body is tired, your heart stretched, your soul tested. You have questioned why the warfare has amplified when your faith has remained steadfast. You have wondered why fatigue has arrived like a storm just as you were trying to take one more step. But let me explain this divine tension to you. This isn't a breakdown, it is the final stretch. The weight you are feeling is not because you are failing. It is because you are about to finish. You are closer than you have ever been. And the resistance is rising, not to stop you, but to convince you to give up moments before completion. But I will not let that happen. Not on my watch. I didn't bring you this far to abandon you now. I didn't preserve you through the fire just to leave you at the edge of the breakthrough. This is not the end of your strength. It is the beginning of my strength through you. You are standing at the divine threshold. You have crossed every previous barrier. You have grown through every stretching season. You have endured storms that were sent to silence you. And now the enemy is trying one last tactic. Fatigue, weariness, the temptation to settle, the allure of comfort over completion. But hear me now, I am infusing you with supernatural endurance. Not the kind born from human striving, but the kind born from divine partnership. Heaven is cheering you on. Angels are flanking you. And I, your Father, am running beside you. You are not crawling across the finish line. You are being carried across it by grace. And when you do, the joy will not just be in the ending. It will be in the exposure of your true capacity. You are stronger than you thought, more faithful than you realized, and more anointed than you have ever imagined. Don't slow down now. Don't misinterpret the wait as a sign to stop. It is the sign that glory is moments away. Your finish line isn't just a destination. It is a demonstration of your faith, of my favor, and of the reward that comes to those who don't quit. This moment right here, this stretch that feels impossible, is where heaven collides with earth. And I am speaking this to you so clearly, because I need you to push one more time. Pray one more prayer. Praise with one more breath. Move with one more spark of faith, because it is not over. It is opening. You are about to complete what hell tried to interrupt. And when you finish, O child, when you finish, your rejoicing will echo into generations. Keep going. I am with you. I am in you. And you are about to see what perseverance produces when it meets divine timing. My beloved, pause for a moment and take a breath. Not because you are done, but because what I am about to say will awaken the next dimension of your destiny. You have not merely received information through these words, you have been reformed by revelation. And now, I need you to understand this is not just another word. It is the inauguration of a new world. The sound you hear in your spirit right now is the creaking open of gates that have been shut for years. The trembling in your heart is not fear, it is the rumbling of spiritual labor. You are giving birth to a reality that has never existed before. The world you have walked in until now, where pain shaped identity, where delay echoed defeat, where hope was fragile, is closing. And I, your creator, am opening a new realm. A realm where glory, fulfillment, and manifested promise become your new normal. This is not figurative. This is literal, spiritual, tangible. The very climate around your soul is being recalibrated. The heaviness is lifting, not just as relief, but as release. What I have planted in you has matured, and what I have matured in you has expanded beyond you. You are not just a receiver anymore. You are a carrier of my next move. The things I whispered to you in secret seasons are about to become the reality that reshapes nations, families, cities, and legacies. Because the anointing I have cultivated in your crushing is now being activated in your calling. The same oil that cost you your comfort will now become the oil that heals others' wounds. For the world you are stepping into will not tolerate passivity, timidity, or hesitation. This new world demands that you show up full of fire, fully surrendered, and completely convinced that you are mine. Because I am not just releasing a season, I am birthing a shift through you. And child, listen closely, for what comes next must be stewarded with reverence. This is not the time to return to old habits, old cycles, or old thinking. What I have just spoken into you will become reality, but only if you protect it like holy ground. Guard it. Cultivate it. Speak it aloud, and declare it into your atmosphere, because your agreement with my voice must not waver. For your alignment is what activates the avalanche of my blessing. This new world requires new discipline, new perception, and a deeper intimacy. The breakthroughs coming will require bold stewardship, because influence without obedience becomes idolatry. And I have not called you to idols, I have called you to impact. You will walk in favor, but only if your feet stay planted in humility. You will see increase, but only if your heart stays anchored in reverence. You will move fast, but only if your pace is synchronized with my whisper. This final word is not a conclusion, it is a commissioning. I am commissioning you now, not just to believe, but to build, to move with fire, to carry my presence, and to echo my truth in rooms that were once hostile to your voice. You are not who you were when you started reading this. Heaven has marked you, hell has noticed you, and I am placing a seal upon you that says, "This one is mine," called, chosen, consecrated. You will walk differently from this day forward. You will speak with new authority, and you will dream without apology, because I didn't just give you a word, I gave you a world. And now I say, build it, plant in it, prophesy to it, protect it, and multiply within it. And as you do, you will see this wasn't just a message. It was a movement, born in my spirit and delivered through your surrender. Now go, for this is not the end. This is your divine beginning. This is not just the end of a message, it is the beginning of a movement. You have heard me speak with fire, and now I invite you to become part of the flame. When you support this word through the Super Thanks membership or the links provided, you aren't just funding content, you are funding transformation. You are casting your seed into soil that is drenched with my glory and purpose. I remind you that those who sow in tears will reap with songs of joy. And your gift today is a declaration that says, Lord, I am part of what you are birthing now. Don't hold back, because your obedience unlocks generational act and personal increase. Now give, my child, and watch me pour rivers of favor into your hands. My child, if you felt my voice stir something deep within you, don't let it stay silent. I have spoken, And now I invite you to respond right now in the comments below. Declare with boldness, God, I heard you. I am ready to move. Let all of heaven witness your agreement, and let the enemy see you rise. Because this isn't just a reaction, it's a revelation that you received the message titled, I must speak to you immediately. Mark this moment as the day everything began to shift. And as you do, listen to me, because I truly must speak to you immediately. Stop what you are doing. Just for a moment. Cease the endless scrolling, the constant planning, the replaying of conversations in your mind. I am calling you to step away from the noise. You know the noise I speak of, don't you? It is not just the sound of traffic or the television in the other room. It is the deafening clamor inside your own head. It is the persistent hum of anxiety about the future. The demanding voice of your job that follows you home. The unspoken tensions that fill the spaces in your family. It is the relentless pressure to be more, do more, and achieve more. A treadmill that has left your soul breathless and deeply weary. You feel it, don't you? That feeling of being constantly overwhelmed, of running on empty, of being pulled in 1,000 different directions until you feel you might shatter. That is not the life I designed for you. That is why I'm calling you now, in this very moment. Hear my voice cutting through the chaos saying, come away with me. Find the quiet place. It may not be a physical room. It might be the 5 minutes in your car before you walk into your house, or the stillness of the early morning before the world awakens and lays its demands at your feet. Find that sliver of silence and enter into it. I am asking you to turn down the volume of the world so you can finally hear my whisper. My voice is not a shout that competes with the chaos. It is a gentle, steady whisper that waits for you in the quiet. It is the only voice that can bring order to your inner world and peace to your troubled heart. I need you to understand this, that this call to silence is not a punishment. This is not me sending you to a corner because you have done wrong. Look at me. This is an invitation to intimacy. You have been living on the surface, surviving on the scraps of hurried prayers and fleeting thoughts of me. But I want more for you. I want more of you. I miss the closeness we once shared, the unhurried moments where you simply sat in my presence and let my love wash over you. Your soul is exhausted from the constant performance, from striving and struggling in your own strength. Let me give you rest. Not just the rest of sleep, but the deep restorative rest that comes from surrendering your burdens and simply being held by your Creator. Do not mistake this quiet for emptiness. The world has taught you that silence is awkward, a void to be filled with noise and distraction. But the silence I offer is not empty. It is full. It is saturated with my presence, my peace, my love. When you quiet your world, you are not stepping into a void. You are stepping into my throne room. It is in this sacred stillness, away from the urgent shouts of your fears and responsibilities, that I will begin to untangle the knots in your soul. It is here that I will show you what is truly important. The worries that seem so massive will shrink in the light of my presence, and the path that seems so confusing will become clear. Come, my child, be still, and know that I am God. Let everything else fade away. It is just you and me now. Listen. Look at your hands, my child. See how tightly they are clenched. Feel the tension in your shoulders, the persistent dull ache in your back. I see the invisible weight that is pressing down upon your spirit, bending you low. You have grown so accustomed to the strain that you have forgotten what it feels like to stand up straight. to breathe deeply and freely without that crushing pressure. You've been carrying anxieties that belong entirely to me. Let's name them, you and I. It is the weight of the mortgage payment at the end of the month. It is the heavy burden of your child's choices, a weight you carry as if their path was yours to control. It is the deep, unspoken fear for your parents' declining health. It is the weight of that mistake you made years ago, a stone you keep in your pocket, taking it out to feel its jagged edges and remind yourself of your failure. It is the relentless, exhausting weight of trying to be everything to everyone. The perfect parent, the perfect employee, the perfect friend, and the crushing feeling of inadequacy when you inevitably fall short. You have been gripping the steering wheel of your life with white knuckles, believing that you alone must navigate every turn, anticipate every obstacle, and prevent every crash. But your strength is failing. You are exhausted. And I am here in the passenger seat with my hands waiting to take the wheel. And you have not even looked at me. Release your grip. I am not asking you to. I am commanding you to, with all the love in my being. Release the illusion of control you think you have over your life. You cannot control the economy. You cannot control the hearts of others. And you cannot control the rising of the sun. But you are trying to, and it is breaking you. My child, listen to my promise. My yoke is easy and my burden is light. This is not a poetic phrase. It is a divine exchange I am offering you right now. Trade your struggle for my peace. Hand me the backpack of stones you've been carrying. Let me take the weight of your past regrets and your future fears. Give me the anxiety about tomorrow's meeting, the hurt from yesterday's argument, the worry over next year's uncertainty. This act of letting go will feel foreign to you. You will think that if you let go, everything will fall apart. That is the lie the enemy has sold you. The truth is, your strength is found not in holding on tighter, but in the complete and total surrender of it all to me. Open your hands now. Unclench your fingers, one by one. Picture those burdens, the bills, the fears, the failures, and place them into my hands. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. My hands are big enough. They form the mountains and hold the oceans. They can certainly hold the troubles of your heart. Feel the lightness as you let go. Feel the tension leave your shoulders. Feel the deep cleansing breath you have been longing to take. This is what it means to walk with me. You were not created to be a beast of burden. You were created to be my child, walking in freedom and trusting in your Father's care. Let me carry it all today. Now, for too long, you have allowed the world to tell you who you are. Its voice is loud, persistent, and it has left its marks on your soul. I see the labels they have stuck on you, the ones you have tragically begun to believe are true. There is a label that says failure, reminding you of the business that didn't succeed or the relationship that ended in pain. There is another that reads inadequate, a cruel summary from a critical parent or a demanding boss. A voice that whispers you will never be good enough. I see the label of forgotten, placed there by friends who moved on, by a world that seems to celebrate everyone but you. These words have become your internal reality, the lens through which you see yourself. The accuser, the enemy of your soul, loves these labels. He uses them against you daily, hissing them in your ear in your weakest moments, replaying a highlight reel of your every stumble and every sin. Now I want you to listen to my voice, for it is the only one that speaks the truth. The world did not create you, so it has no authority to name you. I am your creator, and I am telling you to tear off those false labels. They are lies, every single one of them. I call you by your true name, the one I wrote upon your heart before you took your first breath. I call you beloved, not because of what you do, but because of who you are, mine. I call you chosen. You are not an accident, not an afterthought. You were selected, wanted, and planned for a divine purpose. I call you forgiven. The accuser wants to chain you to your past, but I am telling you that the blood of my Son has washed it all away. Your slate is clean. I call you redeemed. Your worth is not measured by your accomplishments, your income, or the approval of others. Your worth was settled for all eternity on a rugged cross, where the King of the universe declared you were worth dying for. That is your price tag. It can never be diminished. So stop listening to the accuser. When he reminds you of your past, you remind him of his future. You are a new creation in Christ. The old you, the one defined by those painful labels, is gone. It has passed away. The new is here. You are my child, an heir to the kingdom, a joint heir with Christ himself. This is not just a comforting thought, it is your legal standing. Therefore, start walking in the authority I have given you. Hold your head high, not with arrogance, but with the quiet confidence of one who knows who they are and whose they are. When the world tries to stick a false label on you, you will look them in the eye and say, "I am sorry, you must be mistaken. That is not my name." Your name is Child of the Most High God. Live like it. We must talk about the fear. It has become your constant companion, a shadow that follows you even on the sunniest of days. It is the knot in your stomach when you think about the future. It is the racing of your heart in the middle of the night. It is the voice that tells you to play it safe, to shrink back, to not even try, because you will probably fail anyway. This fear has paralyzed you. It has built a cage around your potential, and you have willingly stayed inside, believing the lie that it is safer in there. But I have not given you a spirit of fear. That feeling of dread, that suffocating anxiety, it is not from me. I have given you a spirit of power, of love, and of a sound mind. The enemy uses fear as his primary weapon against you. He knows that if he can keep you afraid, he can keep you from the destiny I have planned for you. He will show you giants in the land, the giant of debt that towers over you, the giant of a medical diagnosis that mocks your faith, the giant of a broken relationship that seems impossible to mend. He wants you to focus on the size of your giant, so you will forget the size of your God. But I am telling you today, I am with you. Do you hear me? You do not have to be afraid of the giants in your land, for I am greater than any giant you will ever face. I have a history of dealing with giants. Just ask David. My child, my perfect love for you is the only thing that can cast out this fear. Think about it. When you are truly secure in the knowledge that you are unconditionally loved and protected by the God of the universe, what is there left to fear? Will you fear the opinions of men when you have the approval of your heavenly Father? Will you fear lack when you know that I own the cattle on 1,000 hills? Will you fear the unknown future when you know that I, your good and loving Father, am already there, preparing the way for you? The answer to fear is not to try harder to be brave. The answer is to press deeper into my love. Let my love saturate every fearful thought, every anxious feeling. Let it be the truth that silences the lie of fear. Today I am calling you to make a choice. Let faith, not fear, be the lens through which you see your circumstances. Fear shows you the obstacle. Faith shows you the way through. Fear shows you the giant. Faith shows you the victory. Choose faith. Step out of the cage. The door is open. My child, pause. We have only just begun to pull back the veil. To turn away now, with your eyes only beginning to open to the unseen war I am waging for you, would grieve me deeply. Do not choose the comfort of the shadow, just as I am about to reveal the substance of your victory. Stay with me. The most crucial truths are yet to come. You are discouraged because you are looking only at what you can see. You see the conflict with your coworker, the rebellion in your child's heart, the bank account that is shrinking, and you think you are losing. You feel powerless, as if your prayers are nothing more than words echoing in an empty room. This is because you have forgotten a fundamental truth. You are not fighting against flesh and blood. A difficult person is not your real enemy. A frustrating circumstance is not the true source of your struggle. You are in a spiritual battle, and the forces aligned against you are not of this world. But here's what I need you to understand with every fiber of your being. You are not fighting this battle alone. In fact, you are not the primary fighter. I am. If I were to open your spiritual eyes for just a moment, you would be astounded. You would see that your home is surrounded by my angels, celestial warriors, who have been given charge over you to protect you in all your ways. You would see them standing guard as you sleep, pushing back the forces of darkness that seek to fill your mind with fear and despair. While you are sleeping, while you are going about your day feeling weary and defeated, I am working on your behalf in the heavenly realms. The battle for your breakthrough, for your family, for your future, is being waged and won by me. Do not be discouraged by what you see in the natural world. It is only a shadow of the true reality. You must learn to trust in my unseen power. Your prayers are not empty words. Every prayer you have prayed, every tear you have cried before me is a potent weapon in the spiritual realm. Your prayers move my hand. They unleash my power. They send reinforcements to the front lines. Do not stop praying. Do not grow weary. You are having a far greater impact than you realize. And remember the most important truth of all. The ultimate victory has already been secured. On the cross, my Son disarmed the principalities and powers of darkness. He made a public spectacle of them, triumphing over them by the cross. The war is already won. You are not fighting for victory. You are fighting from a position of victory. So stand firm. Put on the armor I have provided you. Hold up your shield of faith and watch me work. The battle belongs to me, and I have never lost. Do you ever feel insignificant? Do you look at your life, your daily routine of work, chores, and obligations, and wonder if any of it truly matters? Do you scroll through the lives of others and feel a pang of jealousy? A sense that your life is small and unimportant by comparison. This feeling of purposelessness is a heavy burden, and it is a lie from the pit of hell. Listen to me. You were created on purpose. For purpose. You are not a cosmic accident. You are a divine masterpiece, intentionally designed by me for a unique and vital role in my kingdom. The very combination of gifts, passions, and quirks that make you you were handpicked by me. The way you are able to listen and make others feel seen. The talent you have for bringing order out of chaos. The quiet strength that helps you endure. These were not given to you by chance. They were given by me to build my kingdom in the specific corner of the world where I have placed you. Because your path is uniquely designed, you must stop comparing your journey to another's. Comparison is the thief of the joy I have for you. Your chapter 1 may be someone else's chapter 20. The purpose I have for your neighbor is not the purpose I have for you. I have not called you to live their life. I have called you to live yours with all of its unique triumphs and challenges. And yes, that includes your trials. Do not think for a moment that your suffering has been meaningless. I waste nothing. Even the most painful experiences of your life, the ones you wish you could erase, are being used by me to shape you for my divine purpose. Your pain has given you a compassion for others you would not have had otherwise. Your struggles have taught you a dependence on me that you would never have learned in comfort. I am using it all to prepare you for the good works I prepared in advance for you to do. Your life is a vital thread in my grand tapestry. It may not seem as bright or as prominent as other threads, but if your thread were to be removed, the entire masterpiece would be incomplete. You matter that much to me and to my plan. Do not diminish the importance of your role. Your purpose may not be on a global stage. It may be in the way you raise your children to love me. It may be in the integrity with which you do your job. It may be in the encouragement you offer a friend. But know this, the greatest purpose you will ever have, the one that undergirds all others, is simply this: to know me and to make me known. To walk in an intimate, loving relationship with me and to let the overflow of that relationship spill out onto everyone you meet. Fulfill that purpose today in the small things, and you will find the significance your soul has been craving. My child, we must speak now of the heavy thing you carry, the one you try to hide even from me. It is the unforgiveness you hold in your heart. You guard it like a treasure, but it is a vial of poison you drink each morning, hoping it will harm the one who wronged you. While it only corrodes your own soul, you replay the scene over and over in your mind, don't you? The betrayal by that friend you trusted completely. The cruel, cutting words from your spouse that left a wound so deep you fear it will never heal. A neglect from a parent who should have protected you. The injustice from a boss who took credit for your work. You feel the anger, the bitterness, the resentment rising in you even now. You believe your anger is justified, that your unforgiveness is a fortress protecting you from being hurt again. But you are not in a fortress, my child. You are in a prison. And you are holding the key to your own cell. Listen to me. Unforgiveness is a root. It is the root from which bitterness grows, and that bitterness is defiling every part of your life. It colors your other relationships, it steals your joy, it blocks your prayers, it keeps you tethered to the very person who hurt you, chained to a past that I am trying to lead you away from. You think by not forgiving, you are holding them accountable, keeping them in a debt they owe you. But the only person in bondage is you. I am speaking to you so directly about this because I love you too much to leave you in that prison. As I have freely, completely, and lavishly forgiven you for every sin you have ever committed, so you must freely forgive them. This is not a gentle suggestion. It is a command born from my desperate love for your freedom. I know what you are thinking. They don't deserve it. They haven't even said they are sorry. You are right. They probably don't deserve it. But neither did you. My forgiveness of you was not based on your merit. It was based on my mercy, purchased at an infinite cost on the cross. Releasing them does not condone their actions. It does not mean what they did was okay. It does not mean you must trust them again or even have a relationship with them. It simply means you are canceling the debt. You are handing the case over to me, the only righteous judge, and you are choosing to walk away free. It is a legal transaction in the spirit, and it is for your benefit, not theirs. Let me heal the wound that their offense has caused. You cannot do it on your own. Your attempts to protect it have only caused it to fester. Give me the pain, the injustice, the memory. Let my love pour into that broken place. Let me show you that I am more than enough to make you whole again. Today, choose to be free. Speak the words out loud, even if your feelings have not caught up. In the name of Jesus, I choose to forgive. Say their name. Release them to me, and step out of the darkness of that prison cell into the glorious liberty I have for you. Why are you so worried? Do you feel that knot in your stomach when you look at your bank account? Does your heart race when you think of the bills piling up, the unexpected car repair, the rising cost of food? You toss and turn at night, your mind a whirlwind of numbers and what-ifs, trying to figure out how you will make it through another month. You see what others have, and a quiet, desperate question forms in your heart. Father, have you forgotten about me? My beloved child, look at me. Cease your anxious striving. I am Jehovah Jireh. It is my name. It means I am your provider. It is not just something I do, it is who I am. Your anxiety is a direct contradiction to my very character. I want you to pause and look outside. Do you see the birds? They do not have jobs. They do not have savings accounts. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns. Yet every single day I feed them. Not one of them falls to the ground apart from my will. Now look at the wildflowers, the lilies of the field. They do not labor or spin, yet not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. If I take such intricate and faithful care of birds and flowers, creations that are here today and gone tomorrow, how much more will I take care of you? You, who are made in my very image. You, for whom I sent my only Son. Your worry is an insult to my love and a denial of my power. You have come to see your need as a sign of my neglect or of your failure. I see it differently. Your need is an opportunity for me to display my glory and my faithfulness in your life. It is a stage upon which I can perform a miracle for you. It is an invitation for you to experience me as your provider in a way you never could if you had everything you needed. But you are missing the opportunity because you are focused on the wrong thing. You are seeking the provision more than the provider. Hear my instruction, for it is the key to your breakthrough. Seek first my kingdom and my righteousness, and all these things, the food, the clothes, the finances, will be added to you. What does this mean in your life today? It means you start your day with me, not with your calculator. It means you make your decisions based on my principles of generosity and integrity, not out of a fear of lack. It means you invest your heart, your time, and your energy in what is eternal, and you trust me with what is temporary. My storehouses in heaven are never empty. I own everything. Stop acting like an orphan, anxiously wondering where your next meal will come from. You are the child of the King. Stand up, cast your cares upon me, and watch what I will do. I have never once failed to provide for my children, and I will not start with you. We need to talk about your service to me. You have become very busy, have you not? You attend the meetings, you serve on the team, you read the daily verse, you say your prayers. From the outside, you look like a model of devotion. But I do not look at the outside. I look at the heart. And I see that your heart is distant. Your actions have become mechanical, and your worship has become a routine. My child, I am weary of your empty traditions and your heartless service. Your religious activity does not impress me. I do not want your performance. I want your heart. You have fallen into the trap of religion. You have come to believe that your relationship with me is a checklist of duties to be performed. You think I am a celestial taskmaster, a boss to be placated with service, a king to be appeased with sacrifice. You have it all backward. Religion is what man does in his own strength to try and climb a ladder to me. Relationship is what I have already done, coming down from heaven in the person of my Son to make a way for you to be with me. I did not die on a cross to give you a new set of rules to follow. I died to give you a new intimate, loving relationship with your Father. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. So stop treating me like a distant and angry deity. Speak to me not with memorized phrases or religious jargon, but with the real words of your heart. Speak to me as a friend. Tell me about your day. Tell me what made you laugh and what frustrated you. Ask me the hard questions that are swirling in your soul. I am not afraid of your doubts or your anger. I long for your authentic praise and your honest tears. I want the real you, not the polished representative you send to church on Sunday. I long for daily communion with you, not a weekly appointment. I want to be the first one you talk to in the morning and the last one you entrust your thoughts to at night. I want to walk with you through the mundane moments of your day, sharing in your life. This is the relationship I paid for with my Son's blood. When you understand this, your service will be transformed. You will no longer serve out of a sense of grim duty trying to earn my favor. You will serve out of an overflow of joyful love, a natural response to the incredible love I have poured out on you. Know this: obedience that is born from love is far sweeter to me than any sacrifice that is born from duty. Lay down your checklist. Lay down your performance and just come be with me. Let me love you. It is all I have ever wanted. There is a book in your home, likely sitting on a shelf or a nightstand, and it is covered in a thin layer of dust. It is my word. It is the very source of your strength, your wisdom, and your connection to me. And you have neglected it. You have treated it like any other book, something to be read when you have time or when you feel particularly inspired. You have allowed its pages to remain closed while you fill your mind with the empty noise of the world, the news, social media, entertainment. You are starving your spirit, and you wonder why you feel so weak, so confused, so adrift. You have let dust gather on the very lamp I have given you for your feet and the light for your path, and now you are stumbling in the dark. This book is unlike any other book in existence. It is not a collection of ancient stories or a manual of religious rules. It is alive. It is active. It is sharper than any double-edged sword, and it has the supernatural ability to penetrate your soul and spirit, to discern the very thoughts and intentions of your heart. I want you to change your approach to it. Do not just read my word. Let my word read you. When you come to its pages, you are not merely observing. You are submitting yourself for divine surgery. It will expose the pride you have hidden. It will challenge the motives you have ignored. It will comfort the fears you have not voiced. It will shine a light into the darkest corners of your heart. Not to condemn you, but to heal you and set you free. You have been surviving on spiritual snacks, a quoted verse here, an inspirational post there. You are living on second-hand nourishment when I have prepared a feast for you. I am commanding you to come to the table. Feast on my word daily. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from my mouth. It is your daily bread, essential for your spiritual survival and strength. And most importantly, you must understand this. The ultimate purpose of reading these pages is not to accumulate information. It is to encounter a person. In its pages from Genesis to Revelation, you will find me. The entire volume testifies about my Son Jesus. When you read, ask my Holy Spirit to open your eyes to reveal him to you. When you find him in the words, the book will cease to be ink on a page and will become a living encounter with your Savior. Stop neglecting the greatest treasure I have placed in your hands. Open its pages, read it, cheer it, let it transform you from the inside out. Your life depends on it. Listen to my heart. I have opened the pages of my very being to you, speaking of forgiveness, relationship, and my written word. If you were to leave this conversation now, it would be like walking away as I am offering you the keys to my entire house. It would wound me to see you satisfied with the porch when I'm inviting you into the throne room. There is so much more I must show you. Come now, and do not be afraid. We must go to that hidden room in your heart, the one you keep locked. You know the one. It is where you keep the secret sin, the hidden darkness that you have refused to bring into my light. You think no one knows. You put on a good face for the world, for your family, even for the church. But I see. I have always seen. It may be that addiction to pornography that you indulge in late at night when you think you are alone. It may be the quiet dependence on a glass of wine, or 2 or 3, to numb the pain and silence the anxiety. It may be the deep-seated bitterness and resentment you harbor towards someone, a root that has now grown into the poison of hatred. It might be a habit of subtle gossip, of tearing others down to make yourself feel better. Whatever it is, you know, and I know. And here is the lie you've been telling yourself. I can manage this. I have it under control. It's not hurting anyone. My child, you are deceived. You believe you are managing it, but it is managing you. It is dictating your moods, stealing your peace, creating a chasm in our relationship. It is a weed, and its roots are wrapping around your soul, choking the life I have for you. You are living in a self-made prison of shame and secrecy, and the effort it takes to maintain this double life is utterly exhausting you. You are terrified of confession because you fear my condemnation. You imagine me turning away from you in anger and disgust. This is the greatest lie of all. Listen to me now, and let this truth shatter your fear. Confession is the path to freedom, not to condemnation. My Son did not come into the world to condemn the world, but to save it. For those who are in him, there is no condemnation. I am not standing here with a gavel, ready to pronounce your sentence. I am standing here with a key, ready to unlock your chains. My grace is greater than your greatest sin. Nothing can separate you from my love, and nothing you can confess will ever shock me or diminish my love for you. I already know everything, and I love you perfectly. I want to heal you from the inside out, to make you whole, but I cannot heal what you refuse to show me. I will not force the door open. You must be the one to unlock it. Bring this secret thing into the light. The light is the only place it can be destroyed. I know you are ashamed. I know it is ugly. But my light is where my grace works most powerfully. Let's deal with it now. You and I together. Confess it to me. Renounce it, and let me begin the work of uprooting it from your heart forever. I am with you. Let's do this. My child, do you feel alone in this journey? Do you feel as if I have given you a set of commands and then left you on your own to figure it out, to struggle and strive in your own limited strength? This is perhaps one of the greatest misunderstandings that brings me sorrow. I have not left you as an orphan in a world that is hostile to you. An orphan must fend for himself, constantly worrying about his provision, his safety, his future. An orphan has no one to turn to for guidance, no one to comfort him in his pain, no one to advocate on his behalf. You are not an orphan. You are my child. And because you are my child, I have given you the greatest gift possible, second only to my Son. I have given you my Holy Spirit to dwell within you. He is not a vague force, an ethereal mist, or a mere feeling. He is a person, the third person of the Trinity, and he is your constant companion. You have been trying to live this life through sheer willpower, and that is why you are so exhausted. You are trying to paddle a boat upstream against a relentless current of sin, temptation, and weariness. I'm telling you to stop trying to live this life in your own strength. The Christian life is not a difficult life. It is an impossible one to live on your own. It was never meant to be lived that way. I am calling you to yield to the power of the one who resides within you. Lay down your oars and let the gentle, powerful current of my Spirit carry you. Let me tell you who he is for you. He is your comforter. When your heart is breaking, when grief is a physical weight upon you, he is the one who comes alongside you, not always to remove the pain, but to share in it, to hold you through it, to be my very presence with you in your suffering. He is your counselor. When you stand at a crossroads, utterly confused about which way to turn, he is the Spirit of wisdom who will guide you. Stop leaning on your own flawed understanding. Quiet your frantic thoughts and listen for his gentle promptings, for that inner knowing that confirms the right path. He is your advocate. When the accuser hisses lies of condemnation and shame in your ear, the Holy Spirit is the one who rises to your defense, reminding you of your righteousness in Christ. When you are too weak to pray, he intercedes for you with groanings too deep for words. He is your guide. He will lead you into all truth. As you open my word, it is he who illuminates the pages, making them come alive and speak directly to your situation. He is the one who reminds you of everything I have said, bringing my promises to your mind at the exact moment you need them. You are a temple of the living God. Think of that. My very Spirit has made his home in you. Honor the divine guest who resides within you. Stop grieving him with willful sin. Stop quenching his power with your doubt and self-reliance. Learn to live in conscious cooperation with him. Acknowledge his presence throughout your day. Talk to him. Listen for him. Yield to him. This is the secret to the life you have been striving for. It is not about trying harder. It is about surrendering more deeply to the indwelling power of my Spirit. Just as I have not left you an orphan, there are countless others who feel utterly alone, waiting to hear this same word of life. As my Spirit now stirs a desire in you to act, know that it is I who am calling you to become a vessel of my power. You are being invited to become a river, to send this living water to souls dying of thirst in a barren wilderness. I have declared that whoever sows this sacred seed generously will reap a harvest of both blessing and righteousness. This is your divine appointment to provide the oil that keeps this lamp of truth burning brightly in the world's deep darkness. As you release what is in your hand, I will release what is in mine, multiplying it for my glory. Therefore, become my provision for another. Sow your seed now through Super Thanks membership or the sacred link below. I must speak to you now with the gravity of a father warning a beloved child who is wandering toward a cliff's edge. I know your deeds. I see your life not as others see it, but as it truly is, and what I see troubles me deeply. You are neither cold nor hot. You are lukewarm. You are not an outright rebel, which is what makes your condition so perilous. You still attend the services. You still call me Lord. You have just enough religion to inoculate you from a true passionate encounter with me. My child, this indifference, this spiritual apathy is more dangerous to your soul than outright rebellion. I say to you, I wish that you were either cold or hot. This may shock you, but listen to my heart. If you were cold, you would feel your need for warmth. If you were lost in the freezing darkness of sin, you would long for a fire. But because you are lukewarm, you think you are fine. You say, I am rich, I have prospered, and I need nothing, not realizing that you are wretched, pitiable, poor, blind, and naked. This lukewarmness is the slow fade that extinguishes the fire of your first love. Do you remember it? Do you remember when you first came to know me? The world seemed to explode into color. My word was like honey on your lips. You could not get enough of it. Prayer was not a duty, but a delight, a conversation that you never wanted to end. Your heart burned with a passion for me and a love for others. Where has that fire gone? It has been slowly smothered by the comforts of the world, by the pursuit of a safe and respectable life, by the fear of being seen as a fanatic. Apathy has crept in like a slow, colorless poison, and your heart has grown dangerously comfortable and complacent. I am not speaking these words to condemn you. I am speaking them because I love you, and I want that fire back. I am calling you back to passionate devotion. I have a threefold prescription for you. First, remember. Remember the height from which you have fallen. Cast your mind back to those early days. Remember the joy, the zeal, the uncomplicated love you had for me. Fan that memory into a flame of longing. Second, repent. This means to change your mind, acknowledge that you have drifted. Confess your apathy as the grievous sin that it is. Turn around and decide to change course. Third, do. Do the things you did at first. Get back into my word with hunger. Seek me in prayer with desperation. Step out in faith and share my love with others. Do not wait for the feeling to return. Act your way back into the feeling. And hear this, my beloved. Behold, I stand at the door of your heart and knock. I am not forcing my way in. I am waiting, longing to be invited back into the center of your life. If you hear my voice right now and open the door, I will come in and dine with you, and you with me. I will restore the intimate fellowship we once had. Please, my child, open the door. You were not created for isolation. From the very beginning, I said it is not good for man to be alone. Yet you have tried to walk this journey by yourself. Perhaps it is pride that keeps you at a distance, a refusal to admit that you need help. Or perhaps you have been wounded by others in the past, by judgment, by gossip, by betrayal, and you have built walls around your heart, believing it is safer to keep everyone out. Your busyness has become a convenient excuse to avoid the messy, time-consuming work of relationships. But in doing so, you are rejecting a gift I have given you for your own encouragement, accountability, and survival. The fellowship of believers, the church, is my body on this earth. A single coal, when removed from the fire, quickly grows cold. A soldier who tries to fight a war alone is easily overcome. Do not forsake gathering together with other believers. There is a strength, a protection, and a corporate power that you will only find in unity with your brothers and sisters. You need people who will encourage you when your faith is weak, who will speak my truth to you when you are believing lies. You need people who will hold you accountable, who love you enough to point out the blind spots you cannot see in yourself. You need people to pray for you when you cannot find the strength to pray for yourself. I know the church is not perfect because it is filled with imperfect people like you. It has flaws, but it is still my bride, and I am calling you to commit to it, to find your place within it, to both give and receive the grace that flows through my body. Stop seeing yourself as a spectator and become a participant. But my plan for people in your life is twofold. It is not just about what you can receive, it is about what you are called to give. I have also placed people in your path who desperately need to see my love, and they will see it through you. You are my hands and feet in a world that is broken and hurting. That lonely neighbor you see every day, I have placed them there for you to love. That frustrated coworker who is so difficult to be around, I have placed them there for you to show my patience. The cashier at the store, the stranger on the street, the family member who does not know me, they are not interruptions to your schedule. They are divine appointments. You have been looking for your mission field as if it is some faraway place you must travel to. Your mission field is all around you. It is in your home, your workplace, your community. Be intentional about loving your neighbor as yourself. See people through my eyes. Look past their flaws and see their pain. Look past their anger and see their fear. You carry the answer they are looking for. You are a vessel of my living water. You must not be a stagnant pond only collecting for yourself. Be a channel, a conduit through which my love can flow out to a thirsty world. My child, you have come to view praise as a response to your circumstances. When things are going well, when your prayers are answered, when your life is comfortable, you offer me your thanks. But when the storms hit, when the diagnosis is grim, when your heart is heavy, your praise falls silent, replaced by pleas, complaints, or worse, a resentful silence. You have it backward. You must not let your circumstances dictate your worship. You must let your worship dictate your circumstances. Praise is not a fair-weather activity. It is a weapon. It is one of the most powerful weapons I have given you, and it is the one that silences the enemy. The enemy thrives in an atmosphere of fear, despair, and complaint. He flees from an atmosphere of praise. He cannot stand to be in the presence of a heart that is magnifying me in the midst of pain. Remember my servants Paul and Silas. They were in the deepest part of a prison, their feet in stocks, their backs raw and bleeding. By all worldly logic, it was a time for despair. But what did they do at midnight? In their darkest hour, they prayed and sang hymns of praise to me. And what happened? There was a violent earthquake. The prison doors flew open and everyone's chains came loose. Your praise did not just bring their own freedom. It brought freedom to everyone in that prison. Your praise has that same power. It shakes shadows. It breaks open prison doors in your life and in the lives of those around you. There is a profound spiritual principle you must grasp. I inhabit the praises of my people. When you begin to praise me, you are not just singing songs. You are building a throne. You are creating a dwelling place for my presence to come and sit right in the middle of your situation. You literally change the spiritual atmosphere. You invite the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords to take up residence in your trouble. And when the King arrives, the enemy must flee. No darkness can stand in the presence of my glory. So even in the darkest night, when you feel nothing but pain and see no way out, I command you to lift your voice. Open your mouth and declare my goodness. Praise me for who I am, your healer, your provider, your protector, your king, even when you do not see the evidence of it yet. This is the sacrifice of praise, and its fragrance is beautiful to me. A grateful heart is a magnet for my miracles. When you choose to praise me regardless of your feelings or your situation, you are demonstrating a radical faith that moves my heart and unleashes my power in ways you cannot begin to imagine. We have reached a critical turning point. I have exposed the lukewarmness that brings me sorrow and revealed the power that shatters prison doors. To stop here is to acknowledge the sickness, but refuse the cure I am holding out to you. Do not disappoint me by preferring your familiar chains when I am about to explain the very nature of true, lasting freedom. I am the master gardener, and you, my child, are a branch on the vine of my Son Jesus. It is my delight to see you bear fruit, the fruit of love, joy, peace, patience, and kindness. But I want you to be even more fruitful. And for that to happen, there are seasons when I must bring out my pruning shears. I know that right now you may be in one of those seasons. It is painful. You feel the sharp cut of loss. Perhaps a relationship has been severed. Perhaps a job you loved has been taken away. Perhaps a comfort, a dream, or a sense of security has been cut out of your life. Your first instinct is to cry out, "Why? Am I being punished? Have you abandoned me?" Listen to my heart, my precious branch. A wise gardener never prunes a dead branch. He cuts it off and throws it into the fire. I prune the branches that are alive and already bearing fruit so that they will bear more fruit. This season of cutting away, though it feels painful and violent, is proof of my love for you and my belief in your potential. It is for your ultimate good. I am lovingly removing what is dead and what is hindering your growth. I am cutting away the dead wood of a bad habit that has been sapping your strength. I am snipping off the tangled, unhealthy relationship that has been blocking the sunlight of my presence. I am trimming away the excess leaves of pride and self-reliance so that more energy can go into producing the fruit of my spirit. I know it hurts. I am not minimizing your pain, but I am asking you to trust the process. Trust the gardener. My hand is steady and my purpose is sure. I see the magnificent harvest that is coming, even if all you can see right now is the wound. Do not grow bitter. Do not despair. Your only responsibility in this season is to do one thing. Remain. Remain in me. Cling to the vine. When other sources of life and comfort are cut away, you must draw all of your sustenance, all of your hope, all of your life from me. For a branch cannot bear fruit by itself. It must remain in the vine. Apart from me, you can do nothing. But if you remain in me through this painful pruning, if you trust my hand even when you do not understand my ways, then I promise you the harvest that is coming will be more abundant, more beautiful, and more glorious than you could ever ask or imagine. Trust me, my child. We must address the most foundational wound of all, the one from which so many of your fears and failures grow. It is the distorted image of me that you hold in your heart. You have been listening to the enemy's whispers about my character, and you have mistaken his lies for my truth. You have looked at me through a lens warped by your past hurts, by the failures of earthly fathers, and by the coldness of religion. And the face you see is not my face. It is a caricature, a cruel distortion, and it is time for us to shatter it with truth. You have believed that I am perpetually disappointed in you. You live under a cloud of shame, convinced that you are always falling short, always one mistake away from my final exasperated rejection. You see me as a cosmic scorekeeper, meticulously logging your every failure and sighing at your inability to measure up. When you sin, you run from me, not to me, because you imagine my arms are crossed in anger, not open in grace. This is a lie. I am not disappointed in you. I am devoted to you. My love is not a prize for your good performance. It is the very power that enables you to get back up when you fall. I do not see you through the lens of your last mistake, but through the finished work of my Son. When I look at you, I see his righteousness. I see my beloved child. You have also believed that I am distant and angry, a stern, unapproachable deity who is too holy to be bothered with the messy details of your life. You have thought of me as a king locked away in a castle, indifferent to the struggles of his subjects. So you keep your distance, offering formal prayers, but never your raw, honest heart. You have confused my holiness with a lack of compassion. My child, my holiness is the very reason I draw near to you, to make you holy as I am holy. And I am not distant. I am Emmanuel, God with you. I am closer than the air you breathe. I am the one who formed you in your mother's womb, and I have not taken my eyes off you for a single moment since. My heart breaks with yours. I weep with you when you weep. Your pain is not a matter of indifference to me. It is a matter of intimate concern. The most damaging lie of all is that my love for you is conditional. You believe you must earn it, and that you can lose it. This has turned your walk with me into a frantic, exhausting effort to be good enough, to be worthy. You live in terror of the day your failures finally outweigh my affection. Stop. Cease this striving. My love for you is not a fickle human emotion. It is an everlasting, unbreakable covenant. I loved you before you did a single good thing, and I will love you even after you make your worst mistake. Nothing can separate you from my love. It is higher than your highest achievement and deeper than your deepest sin. Today I am commanding you to renew your mind. Take these lies you have believed. Nail them to the cross where they belong, and begin to fill your mind with the truth of who I say I am. My thoughts toward you are of peace, not of evil, to give you a future and a hope. I am your loving Father, and I am for you always. I know the agony of your waiting. I have seen you on your knees, your heart crying out for a breakthrough, for healing, for a restored relationship, for a door to open. You have prayed with sincerity and faith, and yet the heavens seem silent. The situation remains. In the silence, a terrible doubt begins to creep into your soul. You wonder, have I done something wrong? Is God angry with me? Does he even hear me at all? This feeling of being ignored by me is one of the most painful trials you can face. And I want to speak directly into that pain right now. My silence is not my absence, and my pause is not my denial. You see things from a limited perspective, from the underside of the grand tapestry I am weaving. From where you stand, all you can see is a chaotic mess of tangled threads, confusing knots, and seemingly random colors. It looks like a mistake, but from my perspective, standing above the loom, I see the breathtaking, intricate design that is emerging. Every thread, every color, every knot has a purpose. I am working in ways you cannot see on a timeline that is perfect, to bring about a result that is far more beautiful than the one you have asked for. If I were to give you what you wanted right now, it might be premature. It might be a lesser blessing than the one I have in store for you. Others may need to be prepared. Circumstances may need to shift. And most importantly, a deeper work may need to be done in you before you are ready to receive the answer. Sometimes I delay the answer to your prayer because the waiting itself is the answer. It is in the season of waiting that your faith is stretched and strengthened. It is when you are forced to trust me in the darkness that you learn that I am trustworthy. It is in the waiting that perseverance is forged in your soul, and perseverance must finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. I am more concerned with your character than your comfort. I am more invested in your eternal holiness than your temporary happiness. Often, the very process of waiting for the miracle is what produces the character in you that is capable of stewarding that miracle. Will you trust my wisdom even when you do not understand my ways? A seed planted in the ground does not sprout overnight. There is a necessary season of darkness and unseen growth before it breaks through the soil. Your answer is growing in the dark. Do not give up on it. Know that I am a good father. I have heard every word. I have collected every tear, and I am working all things together for your good. Do not waver. Trust me in the waiting. You say that you trust me. You say that you love me. You call me Lord, but a Lord is one who is obeyed. And if we are to be honest with each other, you have been offering me a partial, selective obedience. You obey me in the areas of your life that are convenient, the areas that do not cost you much. You are quick to obey when my command aligns with your own desires. But in the areas that require true sacrifice, true surrender, true faith, there you hesitate, you negotiate, you rationalize, you hold back. My child, listen to me, for this is a truth that will set you free or bring you to a place of crisis. Partial obedience is disobedience. You cannot have me as your Savior while you insist on being your own Lord. You are treating my word like a buffet, picking and choosing the parts you like, and leaving the parts that challenge your comfort or your lifestyle. You want to claim my promises of blessing, but you ignore my commands for holiness. You want my help in your finances, but you refuse to obey me in the area of generosity. You want my peace in your relationships, but you refuse to obey my command to forgive. You want me to be the king of your life, but you have only given me access to a few rooms in the castle of your heart, while you have kept the throne room for yourself. This will not work. A life divided against itself cannot stand. I am calling you to a radical, complete, no conditions surrender. I want all of it. Every room, every closet, every hidden desire, every ambition, every relationship. True faith is not just a mental agreement with a set of beliefs. It is acting on what you believe. That is stepping out of the boat when I call you onto the water. It is laying down your own plans and picking up my will. I know why you hold back. You are afraid. You fear that if you surrender everything to me, I will make you miserable. You think I will take away everything you enjoy and send you somewhere you do not want to go. This is a lie from the enemy designed to keep you from your greatest joy. Do you not understand that I, your Creator, know you better than you know yourself? Do you not believe that my will for you is good, pleasing, and perfect? My commands are not designed to restrict you. They are designed to protect you and lead you into the most abundant life possible. Your obedience is where your greatest blessings are unlocked. The greatest act of worship you can offer me is not a song or a service. It is the quiet daily surrender of your fully yielded life. Lay it all down, all of it. Trust me, I will not fail you. There is a command I have given that is perhaps the most difficult, the most unnatural, the most radical of all. It is the one that sets my children apart from the rest of the world more than any other. It is not a suggestion. It is not an ideal for a select few spiritual elites. It is a command for you. You are to love your enemies, bless those who curse you, do good to those who hate you, and pray for those who spitefully use you and persecute you. I know that as you hear this, your heart rebels. You think of the person who has deeply wounded you, the one who slandered your name, the one who actively works against you. The very idea of loving them seems not only impossible but unjust. Your human nature cries out for justice, for vindication, for them to get what they deserve. And that is precisely the point. Anyone can love those who love them. Even those who do not know me can do that. That is a transactional love, a love that simply reflects what is given. But I am calling you to a higher standard, to a supernatural love that does not originate in your own heart but flows from mine. This is a love that gives without expecting anything in return. It is a love that shines like the sun on the just and the unjust alike. This is my kind of love. It is what makes you look like a child of your Father in heaven. This is utterly impossible in your own strength. Your own heart does not have the capacity for this kind of love. If you try to do this through sheer willpower, you will fail, and your attempts will curdle into a false syrupy piety that is repulsive to me and to them. This kind of love is only possible through the power of my Spirit who lives in you. It is a fruit of the Spirit. It grows as you surrender your natural desire for vengeance to me and allow me to love them through you. It begins not with a feeling, but with a choice, an act of your will. It starts with obedience. You choose to pray for them, not for fire to come down from heaven upon them, but for my mercy to be shown to them, for their eyes to be opened. You choose to speak a word of blessing over them, even if it feels like ash in your mouth. You choose to perform an act of kindness should the opportunity arise. When you do this, two things happen. First, it is a powerful testimony to the watching world of my transformative grace. It displays a love so countercultural that it can only be explained by my existence. Second, and just as importantly, it sets you free. Hatred is a prison, and it holds the hater in greater bondage than the hated. By choosing to love, you break the chains of bitterness that have bound your own heart. Look at my Son on the cross. With nails in his hands and feet, he looked upon those who mocked and murdered him and said, "Father, forgive them." That is the ultimate reflection of the love I showed you when you were still my enemy. Now take the same grace and let it flow through you to others. It is the hardest thing I will ever ask of you, and it is the thing that will make you most like me. You have listened to the hard truths, the pruning, the call to radical obedience, the command to love your enemies. These are the disciplines of a spiritual warrior. It would grieve my spirit to see you endure the rigors of training, only to walk away before receiving the foundational promise that makes it all possible. Do not leave before I tell you of the unshakable security that is your reward. My child, we must have a frank conversation about everything you call yours. Your money, your home, your car, your time, your talents and abilities, your very next breath. You have been living under the illusion that you are an owner, when in fact you are a steward. You are a manager. Everything you have, from the greatest to the smallest, is a gift from me entrusted to your care for a short season. Nothing you possess truly belongs to you. It all belongs to me. And one day you will stand before me and give an account for how you managed what I gave you. So let me ask you, how are you using the time, the talents, and the treasure I have given you? Look at your calendar. Is it filled only with your own ambitions, your own comfort, your own leisure? Or is there space carved out for me, for serving others, for investing in what is eternal? Look at your talents. Are you using the gifts I gave you, your mind, your voice, your skills, only to build your own little kingdom? Or are you using them to build mine? Now look at your bank account. It is a stark and honest record of what you truly value. You have been working so hard to store up for yourselves treasures on earth, building bigger barns, seeking more security, acquiring more possessions. But have you not read my words? Moth and rust destroy these things, and thieves break in and steal. The stock market crashes, the economy falters, and the things in which you placed your security can be gone in an instant. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. I am calling you to a radical shift in perspective. Start investing in that which is eternal. Invest in souls. Use your resources to advance my gospel. Use your home to show hospitality and be a refuge for the broken. Use your money to care for the poor, the widow, and the orphan. You cannot take your possessions with you into eternity, but you can send them on ahead by investing them in the lives of people who will be there. Hear this principle, for it is a diagnostic key to your heart. Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. If your treasure is in this world, your heart will be chained to this fleeting temporary life. But if your treasure is in heaven, your heart will be free, fixed on what is lasting and true. This is not a call to a life of poverty, but to a life of purpose. I may bless you with great resources, but they are not for you to consume upon yourself. They are for you to be a channel, a conduit of my blessing to a hurting world. Stop living like an owner consumed with protecting your own. Start living like a steward, joyfully and strategically managing my resources for my eternal purposes. My child, let us speak of the home I have given you on this earth. Not your house of wood and stone, but the house of flesh and bone that carries your very soul. I am speaking of your body. You have come to see it as your own to do with as you please. You treat it as a tool for your work, an instrument for your pleasure, or sometimes an enemy to be starved or punished into submission. The world has taught you that your body is either a project to be perfected for the admiration of others, or a playground where no rules apply. Both of these are lies, and both have led you into bondage. I must tell you the truth, for it is a truth that has eternal consequences. Do you not know that your body is a temple? It is not a common place. It is a sanctuary, a holy place, the designated dwelling of my Holy Spirit. Think about what this means. The God of the universe, the creator of the heavens and the earth, has chosen to make his home in you. When you accepted my Son, your body became sacred ground. Knowing this, would you walk into a holy temple and spray graffiti on the walls? Would you dump trash in the sanctuary? Would you permit profane and defiling acts in the Holy of Holies? And yet, what have you done with the temple I have entrusted to you? With gluttony, you have filled it with things that harm it. With laziness and neglect, you have allowed it to weaken and decay. With sexual sin, with the images you look at in secret, with the lust you entertain in your mind, with the acts you perform outside of the covenant I designed, you have profoundly defiled my dwelling place. And with vanity, you have become obsessed with the outward appearance of the temple, worshiping the building instead of the God who resides within. This is not a matter of trivial rules. This is a matter of reverence. You were bought at a price. Do you understand the weight of those words? The price was the physical body of my Son, Jesus. His body was broken, scourged, and pierced so that your body could be redeemed, cleansed, and made holy. You do not belong to yourself anymore. Therefore, I command you to honor me with your body. Present your body to me every single day as a living sacrifice, holy and pleasing to me. This is your true and proper worship. When you choose to eat food that nourishes you, you are worshiping. When you choose to get the rest your body needs, you are worshiping. When you choose to flee from sexual immorality and keep yourself pure, you are worshiping. This is not about vanity or legalism. It is about stewardship. You are caring for the temple, not out of pride, but out of profound reverence for the holy guest who resides within you. What you do in your body and to your body matters for all eternity. It is the vessel through which my light is meant to shine in a dark world. Keep your temple clean. You now understand that your body is a temple bought at an infinite price. If your heart now burns with gratitude for this truth, know that I am inviting you to help rescue other temples that are still in darkness, to build my spiritual house with living stones. Every seed you sow into this ministry becomes a brick in an eternal sanctuary, a light for a soul who does not yet know they are my sacred dwelling. This is your moment to prove me, for I have commanded you to test me now in this. Bring your gift into my storehouse. Watch as I throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out a blessing so great you will not have room enough to store it. Therefore, honor the price that was paid for you. Build my kingdom now through Super Thanks membership with the sacred link below. We must now confront the most unruly, powerful, and often destructive member of your body, your tongue. You have profoundly underestimated its power. In that small muscle lies the very power of life and death. With it you can build up or you can tear down. With it you can bless or you can curse. And if you are honest, you will admit that you have used it for both, but too often for the latter. Your words spoken so carelessly have left a trail of wounds in your wake. The sharp, critical word you launched at your spouse in a moment of anger. The juicy piece of gossip you shared about a friend disguised as concern. The constant stream of complaints about your job, your health, your life that has poisoned the atmosphere of your home. The subtle slander you spoke against a brother or sister to make yourself look better. You have used the same mouth to praise me on Sunday and to curse your fellow man on Monday. My child, this should not be. A single spark, my word says, can set a great forest on fire. Think of the devastation a forest fire leaves, acres of blackened, dead ruin. Your careless words have started such fires. They have burned down relationships, incinerated reputations, and scorched the tender shoots of someone's confidence. You speak and then you forget, but the one who received your words does not forget. Your harsh criticism, your gossip, your lie, it replays in their mind, a wound that continues to cause pain long after you have moved on. I am calling you today to a radical accountability for every word that comes out of your mouth. Let no unwholesome talk, no gossip, no slander, no filth, no negativity come out of your mouth, but only what is helpful for building others up according to their needs, that it may benefit those who listen. You may think, but I can't control it. The words just come out. That is because you are trying to solve the wrong problem. The problem is not your tongue. The problem is your heart. For out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. The words you speak are simply an overflow of what is filling your heart. If your heart is full of pride and insecurity, your mouth will produce words of criticism and gossip. If your heart is full of unbelief and discontentment, your mouth will produce words of complaining and negativity. If you want to change what you say, you must allow me to perform surgery on your heart. Let me uproot the bitterness, the pride, the fear. Let me fill your heart to overflowing with my love, my grace, and my truth. When your heart is full of me, your mouth will naturally become a fountain of life. It will speak words that bless, that encourage, that heal, that bring hope. Today I am calling you to surrender your tongue to me. Before you speak, pause. Ask my spirit, will this word bring life, or will it bring death? Choose life, my child. There is a spiritual law as certain as the law of gravity. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. And its inverse is just as true. I resist the proud, but I give grace to the humble. You have been striving for honor. You have been working to be seen, to be recognized, to be promoted. You have been fighting for your own greatness, asserting your rights, and demanding respect. And in doing so, you have positioned yourself in direct opposition to me and the flow of my grace into your life. Pride is the most subtle and insidious of all sins. It is the sin that caused the enemy to be cast out of heaven, and it is the primary obstacle between you and the life I have for you. Your pride wears many masks. Sometimes it is the loud, arrogant voice that always needs to be right, that dominates conversations and looks down on others. But more often in you, it is quieter. It is the voice of self-reliance that whispers, I don't need help. I can do this on my own. It is the insecure voice of comparison that is constantly measuring yourself against others, secretly delighting in their failures and resenting their successes. It is the sensitive, easily offended spirit that is always on the lookout for slights and disrespect. It is the inability to receive correction, to admit you were wrong, to say the simple, powerful words, I'm sorry. A proud heart is a heart that is full of itself, and because it is full, there is no room for me to pour in my grace, my wisdom, my strength. I am calling you to the upside-down wisdom of my kingdom. If you want to be great, you must become the servant of all. If you want to be lifted up, you must first humble yourself. Look at the example of my son. He who was God, who deserved all praise and all honor, made himself nothing. He took the nature of a servant. He knelt on the dirty floor and washed the filthy feet of his disciples. An act so scandalous, so humbling that Peter himself initially refused. This is the path to true greatness. It is the path of acknowledging your complete and utter dependence on me for every single breath you take. It is the path of esteeming others as better than yourself. It is the path of seeking to serve, not to be served. It is the path of taking the lowest place and trusting me to lift you up. I promise you this. Humble yourselves under my mighty hand, and I will lift you up in due time. Stop fighting for your own honor. Lay down your pride. Empty yourself of yourself. Come to me as a servant, and I will honor you as a son. Wash the feet of others. It is in the downward path of humility that you will find the upward path of true honor and abundant grace. You have confused my joy with the world's happiness, and this confusion has left you spiritually anemic. The world's happiness is a fleeting emotion completely dependent on your circumstances. When things are going your way, you feel happy. When they are not, your happiness evaporates. It is as shallow and unreliable as a puddle that appears after a rainstorm and disappears as soon as the sun comes out. You have been chasing this kind of happiness, arranging your life in a desperate attempt to keep your circumstances pleasant, and you are exhausted and constantly disappointed because life is not always pleasant. The result is a joyless up and down Christian life, and this grieves my heart. I have not called you to happiness. I have called you to joy. My joy is not an emotion. It is a fruit of the Spirit. It is not manufactured by you. It is produced in you by my Spirit as you abide in me. It is a deep, settled, unshakable reality that is not dependent on your circumstances at all. My joy is not the absence of trouble, but the profound and certain knowledge of my presence in the midst of trouble. It is the artesian well deep within your spirit that continues to bubble up with living water, even when your life feels like a barren desert. It is the anchor that holds your soul steady in the fiercest of storms. This deep-seated joy is your birthright as my child, but you have been trading it for the cheap counterfeit of worldly happiness. The joy of the Lord is your strength. Do you understand what this means? It is the spiritual fuel that enables you to persevere when your emotions are screaming at you to give up. It is the quiet confidence in my goodness that allows you to face a terrifying future without fear. It is the supernatural gladness that confounds the world and silences the enemy. How do you access it? You must choose it. I command you in my word, rejoice in the Lord always. I will say it again, rejoice. This is not a suggestion to be followed only when you feel like it. It is a command to be obeyed as an act of faith. It is a choice to take your eyes off your problems and to fix them on me, your unchanging, all-powerful, and ever-present God. It is a decision to praise me for who I am, not just for what you want me to do. When you choose to rejoice in me, you are actively resisting despair. You are making a declaration of faith that I am bigger than your circumstances. And as you do, my Spirit produces that supernatural strengthening joy within you. Stop chasing happiness. Stand still, fix your eyes on me, and receive my joy. It is your strength, and the enemy cannot steal it from you. Today, we have spoken of your walk on this earth, your body, your words, your heart. But your life is more than this temporary journey. To be satisfied with only these instructions would disappoint the eternal purpose I have for you. You have learned how to walk. Now I must teach you how to fly by showing you the eternal horizon that awaits. My child, your mind is a battlefield. It is ravaged by anxiety, worry, and fear. You lie awake at night, your thoughts racing, playing out 1,000 worst-case scenarios. During the day, a constant hum of apprehension underlies everything you do. You are desperate for peace, but you are looking for it in all the wrong places. You think peace is a quiet life, a secure job, a healthy family, and a conflict-free existence. You believe peace is the absence of trouble. So you strive and strain to control your world, to eliminate all potential threats to your tranquility. But your world refuses to be controlled. And so your peace is always fragile, always one phone call or one bad report away from shattering. Listen to me. I am not giving you peace as the world gives. The world's peace is nothing more than a temporary truce, a fleeting calm based on favorable circumstances. The peace I give is a gift. It is supernatural. It is my peace. And it is not the absence of trouble, but my undeniable presence in the midst of your trouble. It is the miraculous calm that my son possessed while sleeping in the boat during a raging storm. The storm was real. The danger was real. But he was at peace because within him was the peace I offer you. It is a peace that surpasses all human understanding because it makes no logical sense. It is the ability to be calm when everyone and everything around you is telling you to panic. It is a peace that stands as a powerful testimony to my presence in your life. This peace is not just a feeling. It is a spiritual force. My word says that this peace will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Picture that. My peace stands like a garrison of heavenly soldiers at the gate of your heart and your mind. When an anxious thought, a fearful what if, or a wave of panic tries to breach your inner world, this garrison of peace stands its ground and refuses it entry. How do you activate this guard? It is not automatic. You have a role to play. First, you must stop carrying your anxieties. The command is to cast all your anxiety on me because I care for you. This is an act of will. You must consciously hand over each worry to me. Second, you are to bring your requests to me, not with a fearful, demanding spirit, but with prayer and petition, with thanksgiving. You thank me in advance that I have heard you and that I am working. When you do these things, the result is my supernatural peace standing guard over you. I am Jehovah Shalom. The Lord is peace. My very nature is peace. Draw near to me and let me be the anchor for your soul. Let my peace rule in your heart. My child, you have come to despise trials. You see them as an unwelcome interruption to your life, a sign that something has gone wrong, perhaps even a punishment from me. When hardship comes, your first prayer is for a quick escape. You want me to remove the problem, to smooth the path, to end the discomfort immediately. Your impatience is a product of a world that worships comfort and speed, but I am not interested in your comfort as much as I am invested in your character. And character, my beloved, is not forged in a life of ease. It is forged in the fire of adversity. For this reason, I give you a command that seems impossible and scandalous to your human nature. Consider it pure joy when you face trials of many kinds. Do not misunderstand me. I am not telling you to find joy in the pain itself, in the sickness, in the betrayal, in the loss. The joy is not in the trial. The joy is in the knowledge of what the trial is producing. The testing of your faith produces perseverance. Think of a goldsmith. He does not place a lump of raw gold into a scorching crucible for punishment. He does it with a purpose. He applies the intense heat to burn away the dross, the impurities, the worthless bits, so that the pure, gleaming, precious gold can emerge. The trials you are facing are my crucible. I am the goldsmith, and with a loving and expert eye, I am applying the heat to burn away your pride, your self-reliance, your impatience, your unbelief. I'm refining you. Likewise, think of an athlete training for a great prize. Does he find pleasure in the burning of his muscles, the gasping for breath? No. But he finds joy in the knowledge that every moment of strain is building the strength and endurance he will need to win. Your trials are your spiritual training ground. The ultimate purpose of this process is for you to become mature and complete, not lacking anything. I am developing in you the character of my son Jesus. He learned obedience through the things he suffered. In the same way, your character is being shaped into his likeness through the resistance you face. So I urge you, let perseverance finish its work. Do not try to short-circuit the process. Do not bail out of the trial prematurely. Endure, stand firm, cling to me, and do not grow weary in doing good. For at the proper time, you will reap a harvest if you do not give up. I know it is difficult. I know you are tired. But be patient, for I am patient with you. I see the finished product. I see the Christ-like character, the unshakable faith, the profound maturity that is being formed in you. Trust me. The pain of the process is temporary, but the character it produces is eternal. Your heart is troubled. It is weighed down by the brokenness you see all around you and the weariness you feel within you. You watch the news and see a world groaning under the weight of hatred, war, and disaster. And your heart cries out for justice. You look within your own heart and fight the same battles against temptation again and again. And you grow weary, sometimes wondering if true victory is even possible. The voice of the accuser is relentless, whispering lies of your weakness and pointing to the apparent strength of darkness in the world. He wants you to believe that the struggle is endless and the outcome is in doubt. But you are looking at the present battle with earthly eyes, and you are forgetting the outcome of the war which has already been decided. The victory over sin, death, and the enemy was won decisively and for all time on the cross. When my son declared, "It is finished," it was not a cry of defeat. It was a roar of eternal triumph. He disarmed the principalities and powers of darkness. The enemy's primary weapon, death, was destroyed. His claim on you, sin, was paid for in full. He is a defeated foe. The struggle you experience now is not the sign of a war in doubt. It is the desperate final thrashing of an enemy who knows his time is short and his doom is certain. He is, as my word says, a roaring lion seeking whom he may devour. But he is a lion on a leash, and I hold the leash. He cannot touch you outside of my sovereign permission. And even the trials he brings, I will turn for your good. The battle you are in is real, but you must shift your perspective. You are not fighting for victory. You are fighting from victory. You are not a desperate soldier hoping to win. You are an occupying force enforcing a peace that has already been legally established by the blood of your king. The time is coming, and it is drawing near, when this present struggle will cease forever. The enemy who deceives the world, along with all who have followed him, will be thrown into the lake of fire. This is not an act of cruelty. It is the final necessary and just quarantine of evil so that it can never again touch or defile my new creation. On that day, sin, death, and darkness will be no more. Imagine it, my child. A world with no more fear, no more lies, no more pain, no more tears. A world where all of creation, which now groans in bondage to decay, will be liberated into glorious freedom. This is not a dream. It is your certain future. So when the battle feels overwhelming, remember this. The struggle you feel now is temporary, but the victory is eternal. The darkness has a deadline, and I have promised that soon I will crush Satan under your feet. Stand firm. The light has already overcome the darkness, and the darkness can never ever extinguish it. My child, we have come to the end of this long and necessary conversation. I have spoken to you of sin and holiness, of struggle and strength, of your purpose and my provision. I have given you commands to obey, truths to believe, and promises to hold on to. And I know that in your heart a final quiet fear may be stirring. You may be thinking, this is all so much. What if I fail? What if I forget? What if I stumble one too many times and finally exhaust your patience? You fear that after all this, you can still mess it up, that you can still break this relationship. Your fear is born from your experience with a broken world where contracts are broken, promises are forgotten, and love is conditional. But I am not like man, and my covenant with you is not a fragile human agreement. I want you to hear this as the final, unshakable foundation upon which your entire existence rests. I have loved you with an everlasting love. It did not begin the moment you first believed. It began before the foundation of the world. It is not sustained by your performance. It is sustained by my unchanging character. To prove its permanence, I have done something profoundly intimate. I have engraved you on the palms of my hands. An engraving is not a mark written in ink that can be smudged or erased. It is a scar carved into my very being. I cannot look at my own hands without being reminded of you. The price of your redemption, the nail marks my son bears, are the eternal signature on this unbreakable covenant. Therefore, be certain of this. I am convinced that nothing can ever separate you from my love. Neither death with its finality, nor life with its struggles, neither the angels in heaven, nor the demons of hell, neither your fears about today, nor your worries about tomorrow, neither the highest heights you could achieve, nor the lowest depths you could fall to. There is nothing in all of creation, nothing above you, nothing below you, nothing around you, and nothing inside you that will be able to separate you from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus your Lord. This is my final word to you. After all the instruction, after all the correction, the conversation culminates in this one glorious reality. My ultimate message to you is not one of instruction but of relationship. It is not about a list of rules. It is about a bond of love. It is not about what you must do for me. It is about who you are to me. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. I have the first word and I have the last. And my last word to you is this: I am your God and you are mine. I love you. This is my immediate and eternal message to you. Now go and live in the profound peace and unshakable security of this truth. You have heard my final word. You are mine, and nothing can separate you from my everlasting love. Because you are eternally secure, your heart is now free to give with a joy the world cannot comprehend. This is your chance to send this message of unbreakable hope to those who still believe they are forgotten, unforgivable, and forever separated from me. Your gift becomes the manna for a soul starving in the wilderness, a beacon showing the way back to my embrace. I have decreed this eternal principle. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure pressed down, shaken together, and running over. As you release this seed of covenant, I will release upon you a harvest of sons and daughters and an overflowing blessing in your own house. Therefore, from your security, release my supply. Proclaim my covenant now through Super Thanks membership with the link below. My child, I have spoken to you because this moment was critical for your destiny. Do not let my words become a fleeting echo. You must anchor them in your spirit now. As a sign of your agreement and faith, you must make a declaration with a heart of surrender. Type with all your conviction. You have spoken, and I am listening. Let this be your stake in the ground, a powerful affirmation that this divine encounter has changed you forever. Amen.